Hi, Aliyu Sahabo here. Welcome to this tutorial Spring Framework tutorial series by Aliyu Sahabo Adam Coding Techniques. In this tutorial, you will learn what you need to know about the Spring Framework. This tutorial will give you strong foundation of the Spring Framework, and you can able to build your application confidently and answer some interview question of the Spring confidently. So in this tutorial part of this tutorial, we will look at what is Spring Framework, and we will continue to provide in more detail the Spring Framework in a series of videos. So here we said that application framework is a set of common software functionalities that provide a foundational structure for developing an application. A framework helps you build more efficiently by providing functionalities that you assemble to your implementation instead of developing it yourself. So common software application frameworks in programming, let's look at this. We have Spring in Java, in Python, Django, in Ruby we have Ruby on Rails, in C# we have apps.NET, in JavaScript we have Angular, on PHP we have Laravel. There is programming language that will not be the only framework that people use, but these are the common software framework, that is application framework. In JavaScript we have Express, again we have Flutter, we have Vue, Flutter in that. Okay, so let's look at what is Spring Framework. Spring Framework is a famous open source framework to build enterprise level application. Enterprise level application means large and complicated applications. Spring is a framework. It provides numerous API, transaction management integration to enhance developers' productivity. Okay, we also refer to the Spring Framework as an ecosystem because inside the Spring Framework we have some very strong projects. We have a lot of projects. Whatever the infrastructure need of your application may be, there is Spring project to help you build it. We have the common among these, here we have Spring Boot, we have Spring Data JPA, Spring Security, Spring Cloud, Spring Session, Spring AI, Spring for GraphQL, Spring Integration, Spring Batch, Spring CLI, Spring Flow, Spring for Apache Kafka. Okay, so common application you can build with Spring. So here are the common application, but that not only what you can build with it, but these are the common application you can build with Spring. The development of backend app, the development of an automation testing framework, the development of desktop app, and the development of a mobile app. Okay, so this is what we look in the what is Spring Framework part of this tutorial series. See you in the next video on this playlist for more on the Spring Framework. In this tutorial part we will look at Spring Framework key features. So here are the Spring Framework key features that are the common key features. We have modularity and extensibility, inversion of control, dependency injection, Spring AOP transaction management, Spring testing features, integration capability. And let's look at these in detail, starting with the modularity and extensibility. Modularity and extensibility. Spring modular architecture allow developers to pick and choose the component they need, promoting code reusability and efficient development. You can choose from Spring Framework project such as Spring Boot, Spring Security, Spring Data, and other modules. We have them based on your application and use, that is modularity and extensibility. Okay, we have inversion of control. Spring work based on the principle inversion of control. When using this principle, instead of allowing the app to control the execution, the control is given to the Spring framework through the configuration. We instruct Spring framework on how to manage the code we write. Okay, as you can see in the picture, without the inversion of control, that the application manage the dependencies, all these dependency. But here we have, with the inversion of control, we have the application itself is managed by the framework. Okay, so inversion of control. Let's look at dependency injection. It is a technique supported by the inversion of control IOC that simplify component wearing and reduces hard-coded dependency. Spring automatically inject dependency into your classes, establishing relationship across the app. Here we have the Spring container, and without having the dependency in the bin inside the Spring container, that the Spring will not able to sense it and will not able to manage it. Okay, by having it in the Spring container, Spring can manage it. So let's look at Spring AOP. It is a powerful technique supported by inversion of control aspect, a way the framework intercept method call and possibly alter the execution of method to perform some extra action at the time of method initialization or destroy. Logging, caching, security monitoring, and validation are common aspects in Spring AOP. Okay, here we have point code and join point. That is join point, the specific point at the program execution. Point code, which method the framework need to intercept and execute, that is a point code. And we also have advice code to be executed at some join point. So we will look at this in more detail in the series, that is in this playlist. Okay, so let's look at transaction management. Transactions allow us to execute database operation, ensuring that all operations are either succeed or fail, as you can see in the diagram. In software development, managing transactions in our code can be complex, so Spring Framework can be used as a helpful tool when dealing with the transaction in our code. It provides both declarative and programmatic transaction management. Okay, we have Spring testing features. Testing is an integral part of software development. It ensures that your Spring Boot application works as expected. Testing is a small piece of logic whose purpose is to validate that specific component in your application works together. Okay, why testing matters? Reliability. It ensures that your application performs correctly and reliably. Bug detection. It helps identify and fix issues early in development. We have documentation. Well-written tests serve as living documentation for your code. Two most common type of testing: unit testing, testing individual components such as classes and methods in isolation. We also have integration testing, focused on validating different component or service works correctly together. Okay, this is what we have in the Spring testing features, and we will look at this later, building application that uses the Spring testing features. Okay, so integration capabilities, this is the last. Spring seamlessly integrate with various technologies including messaging system, web service, and cloud platform. It simplifies the integration process, reducing development effort. Okay, so this is what we have in this series of, that is with the name Spring Key Features. Okay, so in the next video we will look at Maven and creating Maven project. Hi, in this tutorial we will look at one of the key tools with Spring framework, that is a build tool, and we will look at the Maven build tool. Maven, it is a tool you use to easily manage app build process regardless of framework you use. A build tool is a software build app to build app more easily. We use build tool to do some tasks that are part of building the app instead of doing them manually. Okay, some of what Maven do: downloading dependencies, packaging your app into executable archive, compiling the app, checking for the security vulnerability, validating follows the rules you define. Okay, so and we will create our first Maven project in this tutorial. So let's do this together. A new Maven project for which we will call some of the Spring artifacts later in the coming tutorial to use this artifact. Okay, now let's go to create project here in the STS, and we have Maven project. Click on the next. So it will take you to here is default workspace location. Click next. Here we will choose the Maven archetype quick start. Okay, this is the template for the Maven, and I will use the quick start. Okay, so here we have group ID, artifact ID, and version. So let's explain this group ID and the artifact ID. A group ID is a unique identifier for a set of related artifacts. Okay, here when we set artifact in Maven is a compile output of a project, such as a jar file or a WAR file. Okay, so when we set artifact, that is, we refer to a project that is a compiled project, that is a final project, such as a jar file or a WAR file. Okay, a group ID is a unique identifier for set of related those artifacts in a project. It serves to group together multiple artifacts that belong to the same project or organization. Okay, and as you can see, this group ID here we have com.coding techniques. Okay, it's structured sometimes like this, starting with the domain name. Okay, so here we have related artifact of the coding techniques project. So the next thing is artifact ID. We know what is artifact. As I said, it is a compile output of projects such as jar file or WAR file. So what is artifact ID? The artifact ID in Maven is a unique identifier for a project build artifact. Okay, such as jar or WAR file. It is used to distinguish a project artifact from other artifacts. You know, we will have a lot of projects, so with the artifact ID we should distinguish those projects again after distinguishing this project using the group ID. Okay, so for the artifact ID I will name the Spring Framework tutorial. tutorial. Okay, Spring Framework tutorial, and that is the package name. I will just name the package coding techniques. So here is what we have. So I will click finish. So by clicking finish, the project will run, and the project, you can see if running, you may have issue, maybe stopping at 33 or some number until you click on Y and then click OK. So we will have this later. Okay, here is our project. As I said, you can see it stopped at the 33. Now we click the Y and then OK. You can see the build success. Okay, so when it finished the creating the project, we will see the project here, and here is the new created project. Let's check and see what we have inside the Spring Framework tutorial project, that is the Maven project. Okay, when we open this, we have source folder. That is all the source code for the project goes into this folder. When you click this, we have the main. As you can see, we have the main. On this main, we have all the Java code inside the main. When you click on the Java code, we have this app. When we click, this is the app.java class. Okay, our application. So we also have this test. That is where all the test goes for the project. You can see we have this class, that is the main class with the public static void main, and you can see here we have the app.test. that is where we write the test for our application. Okay, so now let's close this source code, and we also have the pom.xml. So let's open this. We have the group ID coding techniques. That is the project that we just created with the artifact ID Spring Framework tutorial, and the packaging is jar. Okay, when we have the final compiled, will be jar. Okay, so we also have this dependency. This element lists the project has other artifact. Okay, apart from our artifact, we may have other artifact that is external. That is where we add other artifact inside this dependency, and within the dependency element. Okay, here we have the JUnit dependency, and when you open the Maven dependency, here you will see the JUnit. Okay, so this is what we have so far, and let's see you in the next tutorial. Hi, in this section of the tutorial Spring Framework tutorial series, we will look at Bean. Bean is the backbone of the framework, that is Spring Framework. A bean is the key concept of Spring Framework. Spring Bean is nothing but the object whose life cycle was managed by the IOC Spring container. In other words, we can say that it is building block of the Spring application. A bean is an object that was assembled, instantiated, and managed using the Spring container. Spring can manage only objects that are part of it. So that means if the object is not added to the Spring container, it cannot be managed. Okay, and this object we add them. There are different way we add them, and you will see how we can do this in the tutorial videos that are coming in this playlist. So Spring work based on the principle of inversion of control. When using this principle, instead of allowing the app to control the execution, the control is given to the Spring framework. Through configuration, we instruct the framework on how to manage the code we write. And you can see how we instruct the framework on how to manage the code using the configuration in the tutorials of this Spring framework series. Okay, so this is the Spring container example diagram. Here we have bin 1, bin 2, bin 3. So in the next video we will look at how we will add the bin, that is the object, to the container, to the Spring container. So we will use add bin using add bin annotation, and we will later look at how we will add bin using story type annotation, adding bin programmatically. All this we will write it in code in this Spring framework tutorial series. So let's see you in the next video. Hi, in this tutorial you will learn how to add bin to the Spring context using add bin annotation. In the previous tutorial you learn what is bin, and we also learn how to create a Maven project, and you learn what is the Maven project itself. So we created this Maven project with the artifact Spring framework tutorial. Okay, so and it come with this dependency JUnit. Okay, here you can see the file for the dependency JUnit, and that is the only external artifact that we have. So now we need to use the Spring context. If we want to use the Spring context, we need to provide the dependency for the Spring context to our project. And to do this, let's go to the browser and search for the Spring context Maven dependency. So the first link is the Maven repository. So click on the first link and it will take you, that is the Spring context dependencies, and the latest version is the 6.1.9. so click on date and it will take you here, and here is the Maven dependency for the Spring context. We just need to copy it. So once we copy it, let's go to the project and add it within these dependencies tag. Okay, so and you will notice when we add it and save it, when the build is finished, you can see the file here inside the Maven dependencies. Now let's save the project and you can see building. Once it finished, you can see we have new file for the new external API. Here it is. You can see Spring context files. These all the files are for the Spring context. Okay, so now what is the first thing we can do? Now we added the Spring context, and as you can see, need to create the object that we will add to the Spring context, and here we will create a book. So and we will create also an empty instance of the Spring context. Okay, so what we will do now, let's go and create this book. So new sub package, and let's name the package for the book bin or bins, because maybe we may add more bins in the future. So let's create a new class and call this class book. Okay, we will provide the field for this private string. Let's name this title. Okay, and then followed by private string auto. That is the name of the book and the auto. Okay, so let's remove these. Okay, so we will provide the getters as setters for this field. Let's go to sources, generate getters as setters, select all, generate. Okay, here we generate getters and setters for this field. So now we finish with this book, and the next thing we will do before creating an empty instance of the Spring context, what we will do next is to create a configuration class. When we set a configuration class, is the class that is a special class that give instruction to the Spring on what to do and how to do it. Okay, so now let's create new package. So for this, we will name this package config, that is short for the configuration. So let's create a new class and name this class app config. So now the first thing we will do, we will add the annotation at configuration annotation. That is to tell the Spring that this is the configuration class. The configuration class is a source for being and a special class for giving the Spring instruction. And first we will create a method that will return a bin to the Spring context. So let's start public, then book. So what will be, let's name this bin just book. Okay, and then what next, we will create the book instance and add a title and the auto. Okay, so we will add set, we will start with the title and the name of the book that I will use, a brief history of time by Stephen Hawking, and let's provide the name of the author, set author. Okay, the author is Stephen Hawking. Okay, so now we will return this book. This method will return this book. So now the question is how we will instruct the Spring to add this book that this method will return to the Spring context. Okay, we will add bin annotation. Okay, so let's go back to this image. We create this book. Initially our Spring context is empty, and now when we run the program using this bin annotation, when Spring sees this bin annotation, it will call this method and then return this book that we have to the Spring context. So that is how we add bin using the bin annotation, and it is not finished. So we need to create the instance of the Spring context. We did not create, so let's go to the app here, and we will use annotation config application context. so I name it context. So annotation config new first, then annotation config application context. So we will use this with the parameter, and I will tell you why. Okay, so why we use this? So we need to instruct the Spring, the app config. We need to pass the app config here, and that is to tell the Spring which configuration to use, the configuration class. Okay, now let's use the app config dot class. Now the Spring context will use the Spring will use the app config class. That is the special class that we use to give the Spring instruction. And now that we added the bin to the Spring context, how we will get reference to this bin? Okay, now it is simple. We will create a book variable here, book equal to, so we will get the access to it using the context dot get bin, and we will pass the type. We will get it using the type here. So the type is book dot class. It is simple as this. So to confirm this, let's try to print system.out.println book dot get author. Okay, and let's add, name this author. So, and we also need the title. Get title as well. Title. The beauty of this is that we define this somewhere else, and now we are using it here. Okay, so let's save the changes and run the program. Run as Java application. Okay, okay, now you can see we have this title, a brief history of time, and then we have auto snippet. Okay, so in the next tutorial you will learn how to add multiple bin to the Spring context. See, hi, in this tutorial you will learn how to add multiple bin to the Spring container. Okay, here let's go to the app config. We are adding just a single bin. We will start with the bin of different type, and then we will try adding a bin of the same type, and we will see how we can do this. So let's start with the bin of different type. You can add a bin of different type to the Spring container. Let's name this public string of type string, that is different from the type book. So string, and let's set hello, okay, so here we will just return, let's just return hello world. Okay, so and let's add another bin. We will annotate this with add bin, so that Spring, when it initializes, it will call all these method, and when it call, it will return the what we have here and what we have here, that is the return type. It will return it to the Spring container. Okay, so we will add another add bin and define a method public, name it int, and just set a number. So let return a number 100. Okay, so we have a multiple bin of different type, of type book, of type string, and of type integer. Okay, so let's just change this to integer, the wrapper class is better. Okay, so let's save the changes. And how we can print this, let's go to the app.java, and here this is we are getting the get title, the get auto, that is for the book, and this is where we get the tab for the book. So let me have another one here, but let me add a line to separate this. So and okay, so now let's call for the integer and the string. So we'll start with the string, and let name these hello. Okay, and we will get the reference to the string, that is to type string, in the Spring container using the context dot get bin. So we will provide the type, that is string dot class. So let's print this. So enter. Okay, print hello. Okay, so we also need that for the integer number equal to context dot get bin. So we will provide that is integer dot class as well, dot class. So then we will use these to print a number. So let's run this application to see if all works up. So you can see we have a book and then string and the integer, that is the different type we printed it. Okay, now for the case of the same type, let's add a multiple bin of same type here in the app config. So let's delete this. Okay, so and then we have to go to the app config so that we cannot have error printing something that is not available. We have to clear this as well. So save the changes, go to the app config again. Now let's duplicate this and change the name of the method. Okay, so let's name this book 1, so book 2, and then book 3. We will have different authors and title. We can change for the book 2, and for the book 2 I will use the Chinua Achebe. Okay, and the name of the book is Things Fall Apart. Okay, so and then the next book that we will add is that let's have the character of physical law. The character of physical law by Richard Feynman. Richard Feynman, like this. Okay, we have n in the name Feynman. Okay, so here we have around book 1, book 2, book 3 of the same type, and here inside the app, the Java, we are getting this using the book.class. Now we have 3 being in the Spring context, book 1, book 2, book 3, and we are getting it using the book.class, using the type. So now we will confuse the Spring, and it will not know actually which one we are trying to get. So let's run this and see. You can see we all have an exception, and you can see the message. Okay, here it is, exception, and coding techniques. Expected a single matching bin but found 3. Expected a single matching bin but found 3, book 1, book 2, book 3. So how we will get these without having the arrow? Get each of these. So now we will get it using the identifier. What is the identifier here? That is the name of the book, book 1, book 3, book 2, and then book 1. That is the identifier. So when Spring add the bin to the container, so it added it, and the name will be the name of the identifier. Okay, so and you will learn in the next tutorial naming bin. Okay, how to name bin and naming bin. So let's go to the app. So let's try to get the bin by identifier. Okay, now when we try to access get bin, we will see different implementation of the class. Okay, now this is the one that we will use. We will provide the name of the bin and the class type. So let's add book 1 and provide the identifier book dot class. Okay, so let's save these changes and rerun our application to see if we will get. Okay, so you can see we have a brief history of time by Stephen Hawking. That is because now we tell the Spring specifically which bin we want out of the one out of the 3, because we have the 3 and we are trying to get it by book type, and all the book type is the same. So now let's try to change this and see which book we will get. So you see now we are getting a different book, that is we refer to a different book, that is Chinua Achebe, Things Fall Apart. Let's get the book 3. Save the changes and then run this again. So we get the book 3, which is Richard Feynman, the character of a physical law. Okay, now this is what we have for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial we will look at the primary annotation. Okay, see you next. Bye. In this tutorial you will learn how to use primary annotation when you have the cases that involve adding multiple bin of the same type in the Spring container. Okay, so let's go to the app config. As you can see here in the app config, we have different book 1, book 2, book 3, that is the same type, which is book, and we are adding all these 3 to the Spring container. Okay, so and we know that if we try to run this, getting this by type, not by identifier, as I showed you earlier in the last tutorial, we will have the exception, that is no matching result. Let's check this. So expected a single matching bin but found 3. Okay, so how we will solve this apart from getting it by the identifier? So the simple thing we can do here, we use the primary annotation. When we use the primary annotation, we will not have this exception, and the Spring will take the one that we added the primary annotation, the bin that we use the primary annotation, as default bin. So let's use primary annotation on this primary. Okay, so let me change the position like this. Primary annotation is better. Now we added the primary annotation on the book 2. Okay, so now let's try to run, and which the book 2 is, that is things fall apart. Okay, so let's try to run this and see. So we will not longer have this exception, as you can see. So by providing the default bin, that is providing the default bin that the Spring will choose. Now let's try to change it to this one and save this. Try to run. Here we have book 2, and then we change it to book 1. We will have a brief history of time by Stephen Hawking, and then let's try to change it again. 3 as we will have a different book again, so we will not longer have exception. So to avoid this exception, we will use the getting it by identifier, as we did earlier in the multiple bin tutorial, and you can use primary annotation to, that is to tell the Spring the default one unit. Okay, thank you, see you next. The next tutorial will be naming bin. Hi, in this tutorial you will learn naming bin. So let's start with the naming convention. The naming convention for method in Java, usually we use the name that represent an action. For this book 1, let's say that since that we are creating a bin, we can name it like create bin book 1. So you can see it is fine like this, create bin book 1, because we can identify what we are looking for in our Java application. But in case of a bin method, we usually name the bin the same thing as the name of the class, that is like this. So the name of the class the same thing as the name of the identifier. Why? Because this name identifier represent an object instance in a Spring container. So for example, let's say that we just name bin like this, book 1, book 2, and book 3. Let's say that this is the Spring container, and we have this book 1, book 2, and book 3. So, and usually when we are writing the Spring application, we may have a method that will be injected by the Spring container, and it will have a type of this book. Let's say that we have a method, and let's say that these represent the parameter and book. We write something like this. We are expecting during the application, when it is running, it will inject one of the bin that we have here to this parameter. Okay, we may have issue, that is, it will not know that exactly, maybe we just name it like this, book 1. So, and we are expecting to inject book, and it is getting it by identifier, so we may have issue maybe not injecting it. So the better way to name bin is to name it the same as the name of the class. Okay, so let's see how we use the add_bin method to change the name of the bin. We can change the name of the bin using the bin add_bin annotation. And let's see this. So now we can decide to add bin and name it like the names of the authors that you can see here. Even that is not the good practice, but sometimes you may encounter issue where you need to change the name of the bin. So to change the name of the bin, we have two ways. Okay, so let's check out here in the app.java, and let's get those bin by it identifier. Okay, so before, let's try to save these changes and print, and we can see some example. Before, here we are getting the book 1 using the identifier. So when we run, we have a brief history of time by Stephen Hawking, and we can change the name of this bin using the add_bin annotation that you can see here. We use the value, and we will change it like to Stephen, that is the name Stephen. So when we run this, we may have error because the name changes. We are getting book 1 and the name that we change is Stephen. So let's try to run this. You can see we have an error. So unless we get this with Stephen, let's go to the app. Let's paste this name and change save. So let's try to run. You see we have a brief history of time by Stephen. So I show you this because there maybe you may encounter a case where you need to change the name of your bin. That is how you can change it. And let's go to the app config. We can also change this to say a name. It will return the same thing. So you can see we have the brief history of time, and we can also remove these and save. So when we save, again we have a brief history of time by Stephen Hawking. So this is the naming bin tutorial, and let's see you in the next tutorial of this series, Spring Framework. Hi, in this tutorial you will learn how to add bin to the Spring context using the stereotype annotation. Here we use the add_bin annotation. In this tutorial you will learn how to use it using the stereotype annotation. Okay, so to use it using the stereotype annotation, first, to make the example clear, let's clear all this and save this. Now we doesn't have bin in the Spring context. Okay, so now here is where we define the book. So we need to add the annotation, that is stereotype annotation, to this, that is to mark it as a Spring Bean class. Okay, so the stereotype annotation we will use is the add component. Now we mark it using the stereotype annotation. On how to get this, so we will use the add component scan. Using the add component scan, Spring will search for this inside these packages and look for all the classes that have the stereotype annotation, and it will pick it. Okay, so let's save these changes and then let's go to the special class, that is the app config. We said that app config is a special class that we use to instruct a Spring to do something, like to add bin and so many works. So here we will instruct the Spring to look for all these that have the stereotype annotation inside these packages, and we specify the package. Since that we have only one package and sub packages, we will just specify these coding techniques. Okay, so what we'll do next, now let's have the add component scan. Add component scan, we use the add component scan to look for all these classes that we define. If we have as many classes, it will pick if it has the stereotype annotation. Okay, let's choose the add component scan and then base packages. Okay, here with the string, then we specify. Here is the name of the package, coding techniques. Coding techniques. Okay, we specify the name of this package. Here is it. Inside this package we have sub packages, and out of the sub packages we have a beans package, and inside it we have the book.java where we have the add component. Here are the two instructions. The first instruction is that we are telling the Spring that this is the class that we want to be added as a bin, and how to search it, we inside the app config we are telling the Spring how to search it. It is inside the coding techniques package. Okay, now let's go to the app.java where we have the main class. Now we will look at this with the type. We have the type, so let's look at this. You can see we will have null because we doesn't give it a name. It is just a definitions that we define a title and the auto. Okay, so let's go back to the app. So try to run this. Save. Okay, you see we have for the title we have null, and we also have the auto null, but we have it inside, we have one bin inside the Spring context. How to confirm this is that the field are null. If it doesn't have it, it will throw an exception. Okay, this is how to add bin to the Spring context using stereotype annotation, and in the next tutorial you will learn how to use add post construct annotation to set these names that we will add the dependency, and you can see we will print the name for the stereotype annotation. In this tutorial you will learn how to use the add post construct annotation in the Spring framework. In the previous tutorial we learned how to add bin using the stereotype annotation, and we even try to get the title and the auto. Here we are printing null. We have it, but we doesn't specify the name and the auto. So now let's see how we can use the add stereotype annotation and the add post construct annotation together. So the next thing we will do is we will look at the dependency for the add post construct annotation in the here in the browser. Let's search for the Javax annotation Maven dependency. So it will take us, you can see the first link here, Javax annotation API. So click on it, and here is the latest version. So we just copy this and add to the dependency of the project. Okay, so let's go to the pom.xml and add this dependency. Okay, so save the changes. Once we save, we can have file for the external artifact for the add post construct annotation here inside the Maven dependency when it finish building. Okay, now it is 100, and as you can see, we have Javax annotation API file. So let's close this, and now we will go to the book. So passport let name it the string, or just avoid in it. So here we name this title and this auto. So let's have this the title equal to, so let's say that the title is a brief history of time, and then let also name the auto, this dot auto equal to Stephen How. Okay, so now when we save these changes, and we will add the add post construct annotation on this add post construct. Okay, now when we save these changes and run, we can see that we have Spring. When we runs, it will add this a brief history and time Stephen Hawking, and we can see it. Okay, so let's run this instead of the null. Okay, you can see we have a brief history of time on Stephen Hawking. So the difference is that using the admin annotation, we are able to define the title and the auto before the execution. But when we use the stereotype annotation, we cannot able to do this unless we use the add post construct. When it execute before the Spring context finish its execution, it will call this method that we have, and you can see inside this method we set the title and the auto. Okay, so see you in the next tutorial where we will learn how to add bin programmatically. Bye. In this tutorial you will learn how to add bin programmatically. In the previous tutorial you learned how to add bin using the add bin annotation. You also learned how to add bin using the stereotype annotation. Okay, to do this, let's remove this add post construct annotation, and we will also remove this add component. So inside the config, that is the app config, we have this. Okay, so let's remove it also, the add component scan that we used to look for the, that is the stereotype annotation classes. Let's save the changes and go to the app.java. So here I will show you the example on how to add bin programmatically. So there are cases where you want to specify condition before adding bin. So you don't just add bin the way we add the using the add bin and stereotype. Maybe you have your condition for adding the bin. Okay, now let's start with this. Okay, now we will define a new book, and let's remove this for now, or comment it, equal to new book. Okay, now that we have this new book, let's set the title and the author for this book. That is the book we want to be added as the spring. Okay, but let's name this as B, because we will have another for the book again. So let's set B dot set auto Stephen Hawking, and then we need the B dot set title. That is the title we want here is that, let's say it, a brief history, a brief history of time. Okay, so this is the book that we want to add to the spring context, and let me add the another field here, private string category. So, and I will provide the getters and setters for this field. So refactor or sources, generate getters and setters for the category. Okay, generate. Okay, now that we have the getters and setters for this, let's go back to the app.java. So let's set the category p dot set category. Let's set we want to choose the book based on the category. I will set science. Okay, so what we will do now is that we will use another method of the context, register bin, okay, to set this. Okay, so let's say if statement, if b dot get category equals size, then we will add this to the spring context. Using what context? We will get the method registered bin. So let's set registered bin. As you can see, we have a lot of registered bin. We have bin class, bin definition. Okay, so we will not use all these: string, bin name, bin class, customizer. Okay, so we will use the one that has the supplier. So let's specify first by the bin name. Let's name this science, the name of the bin, science, and it is book dot class, and we need to set the that is supplier that we want to set here is that it will return the P, that is the book object. Okay, so and the last thing we need to do, we need to set the behavior, whether to set it as primary or something else, and we will use the customizer or consumer to set this attribute as primary. Set primary. Okay, and I will set this to false. So this is what we have here. We have the size book, and then we also use this customizer, and let's change the project compilers to JRE8. okay, let me change this. Okay, you see we doesn't have this. Okay, so on for this we will use the book to get the bin, whether if it is added. Okay, let me remove this. Okay, let me explain clearly. First, we define the book that we want to add to the Spring context programmatically, and here we are adding the book to the Spring context programmatically by checking to see if it is a science book, and then we also here getting it if we have it, and if it doesn't have, we may have a trouble, that is exception, getting this. So let's save these changes and run. Okay, the get category, let's save the book here. Okay, you see the arrow is gone. So let's run this. You see we have a brief history of time Stephen Hawking. That is because it is a science book. So now let's say that we change this to another author, Chinua Achebe, and then set his book Things Fall Apart. Things Fall Apart. Okay, and this type category is literature, and now we are checking if it is a science. You can see we will not have a bin now, so let's run this. Okay, you see we have the exception, no qualifying type for book available because we doesn't have the book the inside our Spring context. But what if we change this to literature and save the changes? Now we are checking for if we have the literature, we can add it to the Spring context. You see we have Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe. That is the how we add bin to the Spring context programmatically. So see you in the next. Bye. In this tutorial you will learn wiring bins using direct method call. In the previous tutorial we learned different ways of adding bins to Spring context. This video focuses on how we implement relationship between bins that are in the Spring context using direct method call. In object-oriented programming, we establish a relationship between objects where an object delegates responsibilities to other objects. But Spring has its own way of establishing relationship, since that it manages the object and the life cycle. The objects that are not part of the Spring context cannot be managed by the Spring context. So now here we have a book. So we need to create another bins that we will implement the relationship between the book and the other bin. So let's create a bin here. inside the package beans new class and call this library. So the book and the library, we will implement the relationship between the book and the library. So let's provide a field for this, private string name, and normally the library will have books, so we need to define private book. So here we did not have a list of books, since that we know that the library contains a lot of books, but for this example we will just provide a book for each library, so that we will have the example for the implementing the relationship between these two. Okay, so let's save. Let's add the getters and setters. Generate getters and setters for this. Select all, generate. Okay, so here as you can see we have the library and the book. So now what is remaining is to implement the relationship. So as you can see here in this book, the book and the library, it has to be inside the Spring context before implementing this relationship. So now let's add the book and the library to the Spring context. We will use add bin annotation. Okay, so the first thing we will do, let's go to the app config, that is configuration file. So and have admin. We define the method public. So now let's define a book and add the name and the title, new book. Okay, so let's have book dot set title. Let's see, so we will return this book, return book. Okay, so now we finish with the book. Now by adding the admin annotation, when the Spring initialize, it will call this method and return these values to the Spring context. Now it add it as a bin. So let's also have add bin for the library, add bin public library. So now let's have library and set the name and the book equal to new library. How we implement this relationship, as we said that by direct method call. So now when we call this library dot set book, so now we will call this method. So by calling this method, we implement this relationship between the book and the library in the Spring context, and we will try this and test it. You can see, so let's call this method book and return the library. Let's return the library. Okay, so now that is how we said that we implement let's go to the library and save the getters and the setters that we just added. Okay, you see the arrow is gone. This is why we said that we implement this relationship using direct method call. This is one way of implementing the relationship in the Spring using the direct method call. Okay, now let's go to the app.java and get the reference to the book, the reference to the library with the instance of the context. You see we have the instance of the Spring context that is using the app config class here. Okay, so first what we will do, let's have a library equal to context dot get bin. So we get the reference using the type. In the previous tutorial we learned how to get those references, so we use type here and it is a library dot class. Okay, this is fine. Okay, now let's get also the reference to the book as well, and we will test to see if we have this relationship. Okay, book equal to context, we will get the reference using the get bin book dot class. So now we are getting these references using the type and the get bin method. Okay, now to check to see if we have this relationship, we will check this. Let's have the system.out.print. We duplicate this. Okay, so for the library we'll say that library, so let's call the name of the library plus library dot get name. So to get the book of this library, let's go back to the book here and override the toString method at override, and we want it to return the name of the book. So return, and let's set the book name. Okay, so save this and go back to the app.java, and when we said here, we will just use the library dot get book. Okay, so here we will check if this book that we have here is inside the library. Okay, so to confirm this book name, let's check to see if it is added. We will duplicate these. Okay, we will check to see if this book is in the context, and we will confirm the name using this line, the library name and the book name. Okay, so let's set the book name. Okay, so let's use the book dot get title. This is to confirm, and we will see the relationship here. Okay, let's save the changes And for the app config, we will also save the changes. Make sure you save all the changes before running your application. Okay, so let's run this application and see if our implementation works as expected. Okay, you see the book that we have added to the Spring context, and here we have the name of the library, and inside this library we have a brief history of that. I just printed this for the confirmation, but here is what we have: the library and the book. So this is how we implement the relationship. Okay, let me just remove this and print this in the console. Okay, you see we have the library, and in the library we have a book name, a brief history of time. Okay, so this is how to implement the relationship using direct method call, that is wiring beans using direct method call. So in the next tutorial we will look at other ways, that is dependency injection. Hi, in this tutorial you will learn dependency injection using the admin annotated method parameter. In the previous tutorial we implement a relationship between two beans using direct method call, and you can see how we implement the relationship between two beans here using the dependency injection, that is by admin annotated method parameter. Here we have a bean of book and a library, and as you can see we are calling this method here. That is why we call it direct method the previous tutorial. But for the admin annotated method parameter, we will provide the parameter to the library. Okay, so let's provide the parameter book, and we should use the book that we have in the parameter. Okay, so as you can see, this based on this, you can see it has no relationship with this bin. Okay, that's where the dependency injection comes into place. When Spring call this bin, that is the book, and it will call this library as well. Okay, so when it called the library, it will notice that the library have the parameter book. So when it sees this book, it will know that this book means that one that we have here, and it will inject it automatically. Okay, now let's save the changes, and when you go back to the app.java, you can see here we are getting the reference to the library in the Spring context using the getBin method and getting it by the type. Okay, so and we are trying to access the library name and the book that it is in the library. Remember, in the app config we set this as a book, that is low. So let's rerun this program to see if it will inject. As you can see, we have this already from the previous tutorial, so let's rerun this and see. Okay, you see we have two. Okay, now what if we have two books? Okay, not these. What if we have two books? Okay, and let's name this book 1, book 2. So, and we change this name, the physics. Let's change this name, the character. of physical and let's change the auto to Richard Feynman. Okay, so now by doing this we will confuse the Spring and it will not know which one it will inject. Okay, so let's try to run this. You will see we will have an error. Okay, so we have this book 1, book 2, and that is why it don't know which one it will inject to this library. But we will decide to annotate either the first one with a primary annotation, then Spring will know that it will use this default to inject the default into this library. Okay, let's rerun. You see we have the character of physical law and the community library. Okay, what if we change this to, you will see the book also change. It will use default, and the default noun is The Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. Okay, so this is how we use the dependency injection in Spring with the annotated method parameter. Okay, so the next tutorial you will learn the auto-wired annotation. In this tutorial you will learn how to use auto-wired annotation to implement the relationship between two beans in the Spring context. Okay, in the previous tutorial we learned how to implement the relationship using direct method call, and also we learned how to using annotated method parameter being annotated method parameter. And if you are the first time watching this, you need to add the Spring context dependency to your pom.xml, and as well here in the app.java you need to initialize the Spring context annotation config application context with your app config. And here we have the app config. As you can see, it is empty now. So we have this book. Okay, and we have the getters and setters, and we use the toString that when we use the library instance to return the book, it will return the name of this book, and here is the library. Okay, first let's annotate it with the stereotype annotation. So we use the add component to add it to the Spring context, and for this we also use the add component to add this as the Spring context. Okay, so and we will go back to the app config. Inside the app config we will use the add component scan, so we'll have coding techniques as a base packages. So by doing this, it will check these coding techniques package. We have sub packages here, coding techniques, and it will pick all the classes that we annotate it with the stereotype annotation, that is a bin class. Okay, so you can see we have the app config class here. Remember, you have to provide this based on your package. Okay, so now let's save these changes. Now we have two bin in the Spring context, and let's try to access to see if the relationship is met. But let's go to the library. You see this library have the book. We need to annotate this with @AutoWrite annotation. Okay, so as book in the Spring context, and we will have access to the value of the book here. Okay, so let's do this. The next thing we will do is that we will use the library equal to context, that we will get the reference to the library in the Spring context. So we will have library.class. Okay, so let's save the changes, and then we will access the library using the first. Let's use this system.out.print to print it in the console, and we will set the library name. So and we will access the library name using the getter get name. Okay, and for the book, since that in the book we are returning the toString, have the book name like this. So when we go back to this, we will just use the library dot get book. Okay, but remember the name of the book is empty, and the name of the library as well. Okay, since that we are getting the book name, and we said that it is title here, so let's add the value to this title. Set that is just for testing, it is not a good practice. Okay, so let's set the name is the character of the physical law. Okay, and save this. And for the library, let's add the name to this library, community library. Okay, so let's save this and go back to the app.java. Okay, so let's try to run this to see if we have the relationship between these. You can see we have the community library, the book name, the character of a physical law as we have added. Okay, so this is how we use the @AutoWrite annotation to implement the relationship. Now going back to the book, that is, we use the @AutoWrite to inject on the field, and we can use it on the constructor as well as on the setter. Okay, so let's use this on the constructor. Let's generate the constructor using the so generate constructor using the book. Okay, and we will add the @AutoWrite on this, and when we save this and run, we will have the same thing, that is the community library and the name, the character of a physical law. Okay, so as well we can also use this on the setter, and using it on the setter, it is not a good practice. So now let's look at the setter. Here we have the setter set book. So but before then, let's run to confirm. You can see we will have error. For this we will have null. Okay, so now let's add this add auto white on the setter and rerun this. So you can see we have the book, the character of the physical law. It provided the value to the setter, that is the value of the book. Okay, that is how we use add annotation on the field, on the constructor, and on the setter in the Spring framework. In this tutorial, you will learn what are circular dependencies and how to avoid them. Circular dependencies is the most often encountered situation in the Spring. Those are new to Spring, and sometimes in a large code you will encounter the circular dependencies. That is because the Spring confuses on how to create bin, the way you provide the classes. Here we have a book and it is a bin class. We annotate it with add component. We also have the library. It is also a bin class. We annotated it. So let's see how the situation, we get the situation of the circular dependencies. Now let's have the constructor for this. Constructor using field for the book. Okay, so now we know that the Spring will create this bin and it will look for this class in the Spring context, and if the class book is not available, it will create the bin for this book class. So in the case of the book, now what if we said here inside the book we have the private library, and we generate the constructor for the library as well. Generate constructor using the select all. Let's select the library. Okay, here is the kind of the situation where the Spring confuses on how to create bin. Okay, let's start from the library. When it try to create the bin of the library, and it will notice that we have this book as well. Then in the book it will try to create, let's go back to the book, it will try to create the bin of the book, and it will found that the book also is dependent on the library. So to create the book we need to have the library, and the library is not created at the first place. Okay, this is the situation where we'll have the circular dependencies. Now let's run this. You can see we have these arrow circular dependencies. Okay, currently requested or resolvable circular reference. Okay, now to avoid this we need to make our classes less dependent on each other, like how we did this. You see the library, the book does not supposed to have this library, and the library is what we have, and it's supposed to have the book. Hi, in this tutorial you will learn use of abstraction with Spring Beans. You will also learn how to decouple your implementation to make your application more manageable and flexible. Okay, so here we will start with the example of the tightly coupled design, where we will have the notification service delegate the responsibility of sending email to the class email notification. Okay, and we will later use a loosely coupled design. Okay, so let's create a class inside the coding techniques, and I will later show you how to organize your classes. New class, email notification. Okay, and in this class we will have a method public void notify user, and let print something here, like we will set email sending processes like this. Okay, now we have this email notification class, and now let's create the notification service class. Okay, new class, notification service. Okay, and remember we said that from the picture you can see the notification service uses the email notification. Okay, so let's have the field private email notification, and let's generate a constructor using this field. Generate a constructor, and then we will have the method public void send notification, and this method will use the email notification dot we will access the notify user. Okay, so now let's save the changes and then go back to the app. For now we are not using the Spring context. Okay, I will just show the example of the tightly coupled design and then loosely coupled so that you can get on the way. Okay, so we will have the email notification class face. So email notification equal to new email notification. Okay, so and we will pass this class to the notification service. So let's call the notification service equal to new notification service, and we will pass the email notification. So you can see it passes it automatically. So let me bring this down like this. Okay, so now let's call the notification send notification method. So let's run this. Okay, so you can see we print the email sending processes, but the notification service is tightly coupled to the email notification. So later when we decide to change the way we send the notification, maybe using the SMS, we have to change the class email notification as well, change the notification service class. Okay, this is a tightly coupled design and it is difficult to maintain. Okay, now let's change the implementation to use the loosely coupled design. Okay, so from here in the next picture you will see we have a loosely coupled design where we have the notification service uses the notification interface, and the notification interface we have the SMS notification and email notification, This allows you to change this implementation without affecting the object that consume the implementation. Okay, so now we will start with the interface, that is notification, and we will have the SMS notification or email notification adhere to the notification interface. Okay, so now let's create new interface and call it notification. And notification will have, let's have this method void, and we call it notify user. Okay, void notify user. Okay, so this is what we have here, and we will have the implementation of this by either email notification or the SMS notification, which we will create later. So let me copy this and then remove this. Email notification, implement notification. So let's have add on implemented method. So let's say that this is what the notify user will have in the implementation email sending processes. Okay, so and let's use another, let's see. Okay, we have to save these changes. Okay, so let's create another class that will use the notification, this, and call it SMS notification. Implement the notification. Okay, and let's see, add on implemented method as well. Let's paste this, and in this case this is not email, let's say change this to SMS sending processes. Okay, save the changes. Okay, now let's go to the notification service. Our notification service will not longer use the email notification, it will talk to the interface. So let's have the interface notification. So this is a loosely coupled design. Notification, change this, notification. So notification as well here. Okay, so and this will use the notify user from the interface. Okay, now our design is a loosely coupled design, and we have the email notification or SMS notification implement the notification class. We don't have to change our service class again. Whatever we choose as the what we use for the notification, either email or SMS, we don't need to go and change the notification service again. So let's test this. Now we will use change this to notification and as well notification here, and that is the interface. Okay, so and it is we use the email notification here. Let's change what we pass here. Okay, so when we run this application, we will see email sending processes. And what if we change this to SMS notification as well? So let's run this, and you can see we'll have the SMS here. SMS sending processes. Okay, this is the example or the overview of the abstraction, decoupling the implementation, and you can see how we can use this with the Spring. Now, having the overview of the abstraction, now you can learn how to use abstraction with Spring Beans. And we have this architecture which we will implement, and this architecture is similar to the real world application. So we have the product service. We added the service because when we set service in Spring, that is object implementing the use cases, we have the product repository. We added repository, that is object that interact with database, and we have this notification proxy, that is object that represent or responsible for communication. Okay, so we have this interface. We also have JDBC product repository class that implement this interface, and the email notification proxy implement the notification proxy. So we will create this implementation where if a product is ordered, then we will have to send the notification as well as save the order as well. So let's go to the application, and we have this code deleted. You can see now we will organize our classes based on the function of the class. So now let's have the package phase. The package, we will have a model that represents the data transfer object, and we will also have the service package service, which represent the object that implement the use cases. We also have the package repository, that is the object that will be responsible for interacting with database. All these, we will organize the class inside these packages, and we also need the proxy for the communication proxies. Okay, so now we will start with the interface phase. Let's create new interface. In the repository, we will create the product repository interface. Okay, and we will have a method public, so just void it is an interface. Save product, okay, or save order as we have in the architecture. Save order, and we will need to have a model phase, which we can pass the product as the parameter of this. So new class product will have this private string name of the product. That only what we will need here. Source generate getters and setters for this. Okay, let's save these changes and add these as product. So the next thing we will have this product repository implemented by the JDBC. Let's check here. We have JDBC product repository. Okay, so now inside the repository package, let's have a new class, JDBC product repository. Okay, so that means we will have other classes repository that will implement the product repository. Okay, but in this case we are using the JDBC product repository as the name of the class. Okay, and it will implement this product repository. Okay, so let's add an implemented method. So we will just use the system.out.print to print saving product, and we get the name of the product. That is, we will concatenate with the name of the product.get name. Okay, so let's save these changes. Okay, and so we have to save the interface as well so that this error will go. Okay, so now the next thing we need to have is the interface for the proxy. Let's create the interface and call it notification proxy. So on this notification proxy, we will have the send notification method, send notification, and it will also have the product we'll remove this. We have this method, so we will create the class that will implement the notification proxy. New class, email notification proxy. So this class will implement our notification proxy. Implement notification proxy, add on implemented method. So we have in the JDBC, let me copy this line and just change to indicate the implementation. Okay, so here I will change this to sending email for order of the product, concatenate it with the name of the product. So we have the notification proxy and we have email notification proxy, implement it. We have the JDBC product repository and we have also the product repository as the interface, which implemented by the JDBC. Okay, now the next thing we need is the service. Okay, so new class, we name it product service. So this class will not talk to the email notification as well as the product repository. That is, it will not talk to the JDBC product repository as well as the email notification proxy, as they may change in the future. So it will talk to the interface that they implement. Okay, so let's start private string private notification proxy, the interface notification proxy notification proxy and private product repository. Okay, let's generate a constructor for this. Generate constructor using field. So, and what we will do next is we will have the method, that is the order product method. Order product method, and it is void. Order product. It will have the parameter of product. So what we will do, we will use the notification proxy to access the method, that is send notification and pass the product, and we will also use the product repository to access the method save order. We pass the product as well. Okay, so now wherever we change in the future, maybe we change the email notification proxy to SMS notification proxy, this service class will not be affected, as well as the JDBC product repository. If we could change it in the future, this product service will not be affected. Okay, now we need to have this as a bin in the Spring context. So we will have the implemented, that is the classes that implement our interface as the bin in the Spring, so that it will provide it to this product service. Okay, so the story type annotation we have at component, but since that it is service, while not annotate it with at service to represent that it is a service. But whatever we have, if it is repository, we may annotate it with the at repository, but the target is to add it to the Spring context. So let's have the at service, since that it is a service. Okay, and for this email notification proxy, let's annotate this with at component, and we also have the JDBC product repository with at component. So now we need to tell the Spring where to find this in the config class. Here we have the config class using the at component scan. At component scan, we will tell the Spring in which package it will find. Okay, coding techniques, because all these packages is a sub package of the coding techniques. Okay, now let's save the changes and go to the app. So first, what we need to do is that we need to have a product and set the name of the product equal to new product. So let's save at the product dot set name. So we set the name of the product. Okay, so let me just name this as laptop, and then so we will call the product service and we will get the reference because we have it in the Spring context, and here is the instance of the Spring context. Let's get this context dot get bin. Okay, so let's use product service dot class. We get it by its type. Okay, so we call this method that we have, that is order product, and pass this product. Okay, so now this is the implementation so far, and let's run this and see what we have. Okay, you see we have sending email for order of laptop, saving product laptop. Okay, this is the implementation we have. As you can see, Spring provide the email notification for the notification proxy, and for the product service it provides the JDBC, and for the product repository it provides the JDBC product repository. Okay, now the next thing you will need to learn, so what if we have the SMS notification proxy? Okay, let's have for the implementation a class SMS notification proxy, SMS notification proxy. Click okay, and this will implement, let's have it implement our notification proxy, and implement the method, add on implemented method. So we will go to the email notification. Let me copy this. So SMS notification and paste this. Okay, and change this to SMS. So add component. So now we will confuse the Spring on which one the product service it will use. Out of the notification proxies, that is the classes that implement the notification proxy, it will not know which one it will provide. So you can see we will have exception. Let's run this. Okay, you see we have the exception. So to provide the default, if you want the SMS notification, you can have the primary annotation like this. On the SMS notification, you can see it will pick the SMS notification. You see sending SMS for order of laptop. And what if we add it to the email notification proxy at primary? You can see it will change to the, you can see we will have sending email for order of laptop. Okay, so now we also have the add qualifier. Let's have the add qualifier. We will use the add qualifier like this, and in the parameter of the add qualifier we will pass this. We have email, we use this to identify email, and for the SMS we have add qualifier, we use this SMS to identify this. Okay, now let's copy this and go to the product service before the notification proxy, then we will add this. Okay, so now it will use the SMS. Now let's run this program and see. You can see it uses the SMS. And what if we change it to email? Okay, and run this. Okay, this is, you can see we have sending email for order of laptop. Okay, this is the how Spring manages the bin with abstraction in this tutorial. See you in the next series. In this section of the tutorial, you will learn singleton and prototype bin scope. Spring Bin Scope defines the rules for how Spring manages instance of object in your application. When you create an object in your Spring application, you decide how long it will live and how it will be shared among different parts of your code. We have singleton, where there is only one instance of it, and every time you need it, you get the same one. And we also have prototype, where every time you need it, you get a brand new copy. So let's start with the example using first bin annotation. So let's define a new class, okay, and we will call this user repository, and inside we have this class. Now let's go to the app config and set it as a bin, add it to the Spring container. So we need add bin annotation public user repository, so we want it to return a new user repository instance. Okay, so this we are adding the user repository to the Spring container. Okay, so now let's go and see inside the app.java. Let's get this using, we have already initialized the application config, that is the Spring context. We pass the app config as a parameter. Okay, so now let's get the user repository from the Spring container. Okay, equal to, we use the context, we get these by type. Okay, use the get bin. Okay, and we set user repository dot class. We are getting it by type. So what we will do next, we did not define whether it is a singleton or prototype bin. So let's go back to the app config. Here we define the scope. By default, when we did not add a scope, it is a singleton. So by default this is a singleton, and we are giving example on a singleton, and if you need, you can add it using the add scope annotation. You have a scope name and then bin definition, then you can access either a prototype or a singleton. So it is a singleton, and remember, even we did not add this, it is a singleton because by default it is a singleton. Okay, so now let's try to go to the app config and test if it is a singleton. Here we have user repository. Let's name this one, and we also have, let's duplicate this and have this as 2. Okay, so now to test the implementation, we will compare this user repository and the second one to see if it is the same. Okay, so let's have the user print the system that out to print. user repository equal to user repository 2. Okay, now let's try to print this and see if it will return true or false. You see, we have true. That is because it is a singleton. We use the singleton to share the same instance to our code. Okay, and let's change this to the, let's go to the app config and change the bin definition. So if we change this to prototype, save the changes, are run, so every time you can see we will have false, because every time we request a bin from the Spring context, it will return a brand new instance, but for the singleton it will return the same instance. Okay, for now let's clean this, and the next thing you will learn it using the @stereotype annotation. Okay, so we will use this as a bin, that is that we will test. So let's have a @component annotation. Now you will learn it using the stereotype annotation. Okay, we add the @components annotation, and we will also decide the bin scope. Okay, add scope. Okay, then what we will do next is the scope name, bin definition dot singleton. Even by default it is a singleton, even if we did not add this. Okay, now let's define another class, that is the user service and the product service that will use our singleton. New class, user service. Okay, and inside this we will add the @component for this as well. We want it as a bin. Okay, and let's have the user repository inside this user repository. Okay, and we will annotate this with @AutoWide. It will provide the value for the user repository from the Spring context for us, and then let's define a method to get this. Okay, let's have a public user repository, and we have this user repository, or let's just name this get user repository. This is a method, and what we want it to return is the user repository. So it is returning this user repository that we have here. Okay, so and let's also define a new class and call it product service. It also uses the user repository. So let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, now having two different classes using our user repository, if we check in the app config and compare the value, you will see we have the same value of the user repository here, and also the one that we have in the product service. So let's go to the app config. Okay, this line we have here, scan the annotated stereotype that we have classes that we have annotated it with the stereotype annotation and add it to the bin. Okay, so let's test this implementation. Go to the app. As you can see now, we will not longer use the user repository. Let's change this implementation. Okay, so now first we will start with the product service. Product service equal to context dot get, that is, we get the reference to the bin product service using the type product service dot class, and we also will get the user service equal to context dot get bin, also by type, that is user service dot class. Okay, now we will check to see that the get user repository method that we define inside both of these classes, either it return the same thing. So we use the user service dot get user repository to see if it equal to the product service dot get user repository. Okay, and then save these changes, print. Okay, we get this error because we did not annotate the product service. Here we annotate this with add component so that it could be added. We are getting the bin that does not exist. Okay, so now that we have added, we can run the program and check to see if it is true or false. Okay, so now all the user repository that is inside the product service and the user service is of the same instance. Okay, so let's try to change it here. So we will change this using the we will change it to prototype. So let's run this and see. You see it's false. Okay, as I said earlier, Spring Bean Scope defines the rule for how Spring manages instance object in your application. When you create an object in your Spring application, you decide how long it will live and be shared among different parts. Okay, for the singleton, there is only one instance of it, and every time you need it, you will get the same one. While for the prototype, every time you request of it, you get a brand new instance. That is why if you compare it, we get false. So this is about the singleton and prototype in this section. In this tutorial, you will learn what you need to know about the Spring AOP. Spring Aspect-Oriented Programming is a powerful feature of the Spring framework that allows developers to address cross-cutting concerns such as logging, security, and transaction management. Spring Aspect-Oriented Programming allows developers to modularize these concerns in a clean and elegant way by using Spring AOP. You can separate business logic from system service, resulting in more modular and maintainable code. It is a powerful technique supported by inversion of control. Aspect away the framework intercept method calls and possibly alters the execution of method to perform some extra action at the time of method initialization or destroy. Logging, caching, security monitoring, and validation are common aspects in Spring AOP. Here, as you can see, these represent a program execution. We have this point code and a join point. A join point, that is the specific point at the program execution, while the point code which method the framework need to be intercept and execute. Key concept of Spring AOP. Let's start with the aspect. Aspect away a framework intercept method call. Aspect can be implemented using regular classes or annotation. We have join point, the specific point at the program execution, such as the execution of a method or the handling of an exception. In Spring AOP, a join point always represents a method execution. A point code which method the framework need to intercept and execute, that is a point code. Advice, action taken by an aspect at a particular join point. Okay, so we have different types of advice. We have around advice executed around a join point, allowing to control method execution and result. We have before advice executed before a join point. We have after advice, which execute after a join point. We have after returning advice executed after a join point complete executed. We have after throwing advice, which executed after a method exit by throwing exception. Okay, we can see all these in a detail later. In this video, you will learn using the around advice in the Spring AOP. Here we have the Maven project, and you can see we added the dependency for the Spring context. So we need to add another dependency for the aspect, that is Spring AOP. For this, let's go to the browser and look for the aspect Maven dependency. We have the first link. Okay, so that is Maven repository. You can see here is the latest version. Okay, so we copy this to our pom.xml. So let's paste this and save the project. Okay, here we have the dependency for the Spring aspect. Okay, you see it is building, that is 75%. Okay, so let's go to the app.java. Inside the app.java, you can see we have the instance of the config application context, that is our Spring context. And in the app config, we declared the add configuration annotation, and we also have the add component scan, which scan all the stereotype annotation that we will have. Now we will start with the model, that is the data transfer object. So let's create an image for the model. Okay, new package and name this model. Model. So inside this we will create a new class, and the class will be user. So here we have the user. Let's have a field private int id, and then we need a private string username. Okay, So and let's generate a getters and setters for this. Generate getters and setters, select all, generate. Okay, so the next thing we will create is that we need to create a service class where we will define a method that will be intercepted, okay, by the Spring aspect. So let's create a new package again and name this user service. Okay, and inside this we will create a new class that is user service. New class user service. Okay, so inside this class we will have the method that will be intercepted by the Spring AOP. We will define the aspect class. So let's have a public void safe user. This will have the parameter of the user. Okay, so and this will have, let's have a logger that we will log the user that is from this method. So logger equal to logger.get logger followed by the user service dot class dot get name. Okay, so and inside this we will have a logger dot info and all pass saving user, and we provide the user, we concatenate with the user dot get username plus with ID, then get the ID again for the user dot get ID. Okay, so saving the user plus the username and then with ID, then the ID of the user. So this method we will use the Spring aspect to intercept this method. Okay, now before then let's get the reference to this in the Spring context. So we need to add this to the Spring context using the add component, and then go to the app.java, get the reference service user service. Before then let's have the user equal to new user dot set ID 1, user dot set username Aliyu. Okay, so and we will get the reference to the user service class in the Spring context. User service equal to context dot get bin by type, that is user service dot class. So we will call this method that is save user service dot, here it is save user, and pass this user that we just create. Okay, so remember we are passing the our app config to the constructor, that is to the as parameter in the annotation config application context. Okay, so let's save the changes inside the user service so that we don't have this error. Okay, so let's test before adding the aspect, before starting the implementation for the aspect. So it works fine. Okay, now let's have the implementation for the aspect. Okay, so we need to go to the app config first and enable the aspect using the enable aspect j auto proxy. Okay, so we need to create a new class that will intercept the method. Okay, so and this first, let's create a package to have the, that is the package aspect, and inside this we will create a new class and let name it service monitor. That is the aspect that will monitor our service class or service package. So we need to first have this as the Spring bin and then annotate it with aspect, that is it is the aspect. So using the @around, we need to define the method that will intercept this. Okay, @around followed by our point code. Okay, so now the point code, we use the aspect j expression language. So let me copy this from here, and you can copy it and have the name for your package. Okay, to get the name for your package, you will go to the user service and you can see here is what we have, coding techniques.service. Okay, so here in the service monitor you can paste this, and this is our point code. We are defining where the method, it will find the method that it will be intercepted. Okay, this means that the intercepted method must be in the service package. Okay, and we also have the star. The first star means the intercepted method may have any return type, and we have the second one, which means the intercepted method can be in any class. We also have this one, which means that the intercepted method can have any name, and we also have this, which means the intercepted method can have any parameter. So let's define the method, and the method will be, let's say, a public void for this and call it log. We pass the parameter, that is proceeding join point followed by join point, like this. Okay, so let's define the logic here. So we'll use this join point to call, that is to call this method, that is our method in the user service, by calling the proceed. This method we are calling the save user. Okay, so and this will throw an exception. Let us throws declaration. Okay, so we use @around advice to intercept the method, and we can, using the @around, we will print something before the method execute, and as well and as after the method is executed. Okay, so let's define a logger here that we will print something. Logger. Okay, so let's print something before the method is executed, and after we call the method, that is after the execution of the method, we need to print something again and we will check to see how it works. So logger dot info. So let's just write before the method execute. Okay, and let right after the method executed. Okay, so by having this, now we will have the method being intercepted by our log method. Okay, so let's print this, and you can see, so you see we have this before the method is executed, and we also have this after the method is executed, and you can see we have the method save user here. Okay, that is, we have the before the method is execute and after the method is execute. So we have successfully intercept the save user and print the something that is before the execution of the method and after the execution of the method. Okay, so that is not only what we can achieve with this. Let's try the example that is similar to the real world, that is real world scenario. So let's call this method monitor performance. Now we need to calculate the method, we need to calculate the time that it takes for the method to be executed. Let's name it monitor performance. Monitor performance. Okay, so and for this, let's call, we use the, that is a long, and call this start time equal to system dot current millis. Okay, and let's duplicate this here and call this end time. So here we set it execution time for the method is okay plus, then we minus the start time in the end time minus start time. Okay, so here we provide the monitor performance method that will monitor how it takes for our safe user to be executed, that is the time. Okay, now we can print this. Let's print this. Okay, you can see execution time for the method is 188, that is millisecond, and here we have successfully intercept the method again. Okay, So we also have way to express this. Okay, that is the point code. We will decide to define a method. Let's call this public, like p1, and public void, public void p1, and at point code, then let's add this point code here. But we need to add it within. Okay, so now instead of using this expression, we can use this method, since this method represent the expression that we have here. Okay, so let's try to add this method like this. We will just call the method p1. Okay, so let's save the changes and try to run again. Okay, you can see the execution time for the method is 2:05 again. Okay, that is how we can alternatively express our point code. Okay, so this is what we have with the around. See you in the next video. In the previous video, you learned how to use the around advice to intercept a method. In this video, you will learn how to intercept the method parameter and as well as the return value. Okay, so now let me remove this, and as well we need to remove this. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to get the method, that is parameter, and we will get this using the join point. So let's name these parameters equal to join point dot get arc. Okay, so we have this. By this it will get the method parameter. Okay, so now the next thing, let's have the logger dot info, and we will also get the method name. That is, let's get the method name, string name, method name equal to join point dot get signature dot get name. Okay, so here by doing this we get the method name. Okay, we also get the method parameter using the get arc. So now what we will do, let's set the method followed by the name of the method plus the method name plus, let's set with parameter plus. Okay, so let's have this inside the arrays dot as list, pass the parameters here. Okay, so and have concatenate it again with plus, then right is about to execute. Okay, that is the method followed by the name with parameter, that is the parameter is about to execute. Okay, so what about the return value? The call here that we did will return the return value of the method. So let's store it on the object and call the variable name as return value equal to, that is the join point dot proceed. When we make the call, it will have the return value. Okay, so on the next thing, let's have the logger here, logger.info, and let have the method plus the method name. So plus executed. Now it is executed. And the return value is, then all have the return value here. Okay, so here we define if the method name with the parameter so is about to execute, and now we define after the method is executed. Okay, now remember our method in the user service doesn't have a return type. Now let's make it string and return save successfully. Save successfully. Okay, so we have the return type. Now we will see that save successfully if we run. And let's go back to the user, that is service monitor. This will return the return value, return the return value. Okay, let's save these changes, and we need to concatenate this here. Okay, so this is okay. So here is this method, and let's change the name of the method from the monitor performance, since that the works of the method has changed. And now let's name it the log, just log. Okay, so let's print as you have. Okay, so here we have the method save user. As you can see, we get the method name, that is the method save user here with parameter. So the parameter is of type user, that is the parameter of the method is type of user, is about to execute. Okay, so and after the method executed, here we have another, that is the print line that we have here. The method save user executed and return value is saved successfully, that is the return value. Okay, so this is what we have here, and in the next video you will learn at before and after advice. Hi, In the last video, you learn how to use the @around advice, and you also learn how to alter and intercept the method parameter and as well as the return value. And in this tutorial, you will learn how to use @before and after advice. Okay, so let's delete this and have the we will start with the @before advice, @before advice, and we will pass our p1, that is the point code. Okay, so let's define the method. Public void monitor execution before, monitor execution before. Okay, and we will set this logger dot info, and let me write execution is about to begins. Okay, so now when before the method start the execution, then we will know that the method is about to execute using the @before. Okay, let's save these changes and run. It will inform us that it is about to execute. Okay, you can see we have these from the service monitor execution before, that is the method. Info execution is about to begins. Okay, and we can, after the execution is about to begins, you can see our method is executed. So now we can use after advice, after advice again, change the method, change the name, executed, the method executed. Okay, so let's save changes. That it will print this immediately after the method has finished the execution. Okay, now let's run this. You can see the method is executed. Okay, so and here is the method, that is the code for the method. So this is what you learn here, that is the after and before advice. See you in the next video. In the previous video, you learn about the after and before advice, and in this video you will learn about the after returning. We have the after like this, after, and we also have the after returning. The difference between the after and the after returning is that this will execute even after if the method that we are looking for, even if the method does not return successfully, that is, even if the method throws an exception. But for this after returning, it will only work if the method successfully executed without throwing an exception. Okay, so let's work on this. At after returning, here it is, and let's have this. We set this as value, that is our point. We want our point code, and we also need to have the returning. We call this return value. Okay, let's have an object here and name this return value as well. Okay, so I will set the method executed successfully a return that is plus return value. Okay, you can see the power of the Spring AOP. It will get access to the return value. Okay, so here let's name this monitor execution success. Let's name the method monitor execution success. The method executed successfully a return. Here we have the return value. Okay, so let's try to run this. Okay, you can see we have the method executed successfully and return save successfully, and that is what the method is returning inside the user service. It is returning save successfully. So what if we have that is exception? It throws an exception. So let's have a condition and set if the user equal to null, then we throw the illegal argument exception. Throw illegal argument exception. Sorry, we need a new here, new illegal argument exception. So let's save these changes. Go to the app. In the app, okay, here is the app. Let's pass null instead of the user. Okay, so let's save and print this. Okay, you can see it throws an exception and we have no message. There is no any message from our interceptor method, but once we pass the user here, we can see the method. That means that it only execute when it is successful, when the method does not throw an exception. You can see save successfully. Okay, that is the returning advice. See you in the next video. In the last video you learned the after returning, where we said that it execute if the method executed successfully without the exception. We also have the after throwing, that is, in this case it only executes when the method that we are intercepting throws an exception. So let's have this and see. We have after throwing. Okay, so we need a change this to point code, and we need to change this to throwing, and let name this X, and we need to change the parameter to the for this to exception EX. Okay, and let's change the message as well, and the message for this will be exception is count. Okay, and let's have the message for this ex dot get message. Okay, so we have to equal to here. So let's save these changes. Okay, now that the method is not throwing an exception, we will not have any message. Okay, you can see we only have the method that is saving user call that we call in the app. So now let's go to the user, that is the app, and pass null here. Remember, if you pass null here inside the user service, it will throw an illegal argument exception. Okay, and in the service monitor you can see our method does not execute. So let's change this to monitor exception. I forget exception, monitor exception. So let's try to run this now. You can see we have the exception and the method it executed. The exception is count, that is null pointer exception. Okay, so we are having null here because we did not pass the message to the illegal argument exception. Let's go to the user service and have the input is null. You can see we will have the message the input is null from our service monitor, that is the interceptor. You see we have the input is null, it intercepted. That is because the method throws the exception. Okay, now this is what we have so far, and see you in the next video. In this video you will learn how to intercept annotated method with the Spring AOP aspect. Okay, first let's create a new package. We will provide a custom annotation for this work. Okay, so let's call this package custom, and that is custom annotation in short. And inside this, let's create a new interface and call it intercepted. Okay, by providing need to have at before the interface, that is we are using it as the annotation. So first of all, we need to provide the retention policy for this method, that is retention policy dot runtime. Retention policy dot runtime enables the annotation to be intercepted at a runtime, and we also need to provide the target. For the target, we will choose the element type dot method, that is the it restricts this annotation to only to be used on the method. Okay, we have the intercepted annotation, that is the new annotation that we will use for this work. Then let's go to the user service. You see we have a single method here, and we said that we need to use only on the annotated, that is if we annotate the method with the @intercepted. Okay, so let's provide a two method here for the clarification. Let name this delete user, and we change this to deleting user, and this to deleted successfully. Okay, so that is fine. And let's go to the app. We call the new method user service dot deleted user service dot deleted, that is delete user. We pass the user to the method. Okay, before having our aspect that will intercept this one of this method, let's run this now and see what we have. Okay, you can see we have saving user and deleting user. Okay, that is fine. And first, let's go to the user service. We need to annotate either of this one with the new annotation @intercepted. Let's add it to the delete user. Okay, in the service monitor we will create a new aspect. Okay, and we will use the @return and after return. So we pass the value. The value here is our, that is point code. Okay, so let me leave the value for now, and I will have the returning, that is return value. Okay, since that we are using the annotation, we will not longer use this. Okay, so let's use the @annotation, and in the parameter we will pass the address to this. We have these coding techniques, that is our interface. So let's go to the service monitor. We need to paste this here and also access the intercepted. Okay, to avoid error in the typing, we just copy it, go back to the service monitor, so paste this here. That is fine. Okay, now we define this. Let's define the method. Okay, so let's have a public void, and I will name this monitor success. That is, if the method runs successfully, we will have object of type return. We will have object with the variable return value. Okay, so and here we will use our logger dot info and have a message here. The method is executed successfully and return. So we will concatenate it with the return value. So okay, that is totally fine. And in the user service, you can see we annotate this, only the delete user. So let's run this application and see. Okay, you can see it only work on the method is executed successfully and return deleted successfully. Okay, now let's change this to that our implementation works successfully. Now let's try to annotate on the safe user and try to run it to see. You can see the difference that we have. The method is executed successfully and return safe successfully. Okay, that is how we use the notation for the intercept method intercepting in the Spring AOP. Welcome to this video Spring Boot by Aliyu Sahabo Adam. This video is part of our Spring Framework tutorial series and we will going to look at Spring Boot. So first, what is Spring Boot? Spring Boot is an extension of the Spring Framework which is widely used in Java application development. While the Spring Framework provides a comprehensive set of tools for building enterprise-level applications, it can be quite complex to set up and configure. This is why Spring Boot comes into play. Spring Boot aims to simplify the development process by providing a set of pre-configured templates, dependencies, and conventions. Spring Boot is a powerful and popular framework for building Java applications. It facilitates the development process by providing a set of standard and default, which allows the developers to quickly create production-ready applications. Spring versus Spring Boot. So, in short, Spring is an open-source lightweight framework widely used to develop enterprise applications, whereas Spring Boot is a module of Spring which comes with a lot of auto configuration that allow developers to focus on business logic. Under the Spring framework, we have a lot of projects such as Spring Security, Spring Boot itself, and Spring Data. We also have other modules. That is, we have a lot of projects under the Spring framework. Okay. So let's look at the key features of Spring Boot. The first key feature here we have auto configuration. Spring Boot automatically configures many aspects of your application based on the dependency you include. This reduces the need for manual configuration. We have dependency status. Spring Boot groups certain dependencies used for a specific purpose with dependency status. You don't need to figure out all the must-have dependencies to add to your project, nor which version you use for compatibility. We have default configuration. Based on the dependency you added to your project, Spring Boot defines some default configuration. Instead of you defining all the configuration yourself, you only need to change the ones that don't match your need. We have Spring ecosystem integration. It seamlessly integrates with other Spring projects like Spring Data, Spring Security, and Spring Cloud, enabling the development of complex applications. We have simplified project creation. Yes, it simplifies project creation. You can use project initialization service to get an empty but configured skeleton app. That is Spring Boot. So in the next series of video, we will provide you Spring Boot in detail and you will learn all what you need to know about the Spring Boot. So you will find the playlist Spring Framework tutorial series in this channel. The most common application developed with Spring Boot is a web application where we have a client side and a server side. The server side implements the logic requested by the client and the client makes a request to the server side. So we use HTTP protocol to communicate between the server and the client. That is, we make a request and we get the response. So the Java code that we have in the backend, that is in case of Spring, doesn't understand the HTTP, so we need something that understands the HTTP. So that is where the servlet container comes to the rescue. So servlet container refers to as web server. It understands the HTTP and translate HTTP request and response to our Java application. So we have a lot of servlet container, in this case Tomcat, but we also have Payara, we have JBoss, we have also JT. Okay, so it is called Tomcat servlet container. So why it is called servlet container? Because we have servlet that is inside the container. That is why it is called Tomcat servlet container. What is servlet? Servlet is a Java object that interacts with the servlet container. Okay, so when we make a request, when a client make a request to the backend, the Tomcat servlet container translates this request to our Java object, and it finds the object associated with the request, that is the specific request that is made. It finds the object associated with it and return a response. Here you can see we have servlet inside the servlet container: admin page servlet, user page servlet, the product page servlet. Okay, so in the Spring Boot, when we create a new project, it uses the Tomcat. It pre-configured. We have Tomcat pre-configured, so we don't need to implement it ourselves. There is already design component, and when we create a web application, it comes with the Tomcat that is in the Spring Boot. And we only have a single servlet which serves as the entry to our application. So that is the servlet container, and in the next video you will learn how to create a new Spring Boot project. In this video we will create and examine new Spring Boot project. So we will use the project initialization service to create the Spring Boot project. First, let's go to the browser by going to the direct to the start.spring.io. Here it is to create the Spring Boot project, and we will later use the IDE to create the Spring Boot project. Okay, we can choose the build tool. Here the language is Java, and we can add the dependency. So here I will use the web dependency. Okay, with the help of the starter dependencies, we don't need to go and search for all the dependencies that we will use for the web application. So we choose the Spring Web, and it will find all the version that is needed for the Spring Web and the dependencies. So here in the project metadata, we can choose the group. We can put the group that is whatever you choose as the group. Coding techniques I will use here, coding techniques. Okay, and for the name of the project I will use Spring Boot tutorial. Okay, and description here I will use Spring Boot tutorial. Again, Spring Boot tutorial. So the name of the package I will just leave it as coding techniques. Here you can choose the packaging, either a jar or a war. I will use this as jar. I will leave it as jar, and the Java I am using the 17 here. So once you finish, then you can click on the generate. Okay, so by going to the download, you can see your Spring Boot tutorial project, and you can unzip this, extract here. Okay, so once you extract, you can see your Spring Boot project that you create. So you can import it into your IDE. So, and here in the IDE STS we can import our new project. Okay, so the STS also integrate the project initialization service. We can decide to create the project from here. So let's create new project for the Spring Boot. Go to create. We can choose the Spring Boot starter project. Here it is, and it will connect us to the start.spring.io. okay, so the name of the project is Spring Boot as the first project that we create. I will also use Spring Boot tutorial as the name of the project, and I will use Maven Java version 17, and the group I will use the coding techniques. So here the description I will change is to the Spring Boot tutorial. Okay, so when we click next, we can choose the dependency. That is, I will use web dependency. Once you finish, then click on finish. It will create the new Spring Boot project. Now we have another new Spring Boot project. Okay, so and the next thing we will do, we will examine this project. So let's look at what Spring Boot configured into our new project. Here we have a new project that we create. You can see we have these 3 folders. That is the source folder. It contains all the source code for our application. When we click on the first folder, you can see we have the Bootstrapper class. That is the class that starts our application. That is the class that is used to kick the application. So click on the class. You can see here is the class. Okay, this line that you see here, it used to kick the application, and we also have this annotation at Spring Boot application. So this at Spring Boot application enable component scanning and auto configuration, and it consists of 3 annotations here. That is the at configuration, the at component scan, and the at enable auto configuration. So this is this folder. Okay, let's close it and look the next folder. So this folder we have, you can see application.properties. So this folder we use to configure properties value for our app. Okay, and you can see we have template. That template consists of the HTML file that we will have, and in the static we have images, JavaScript file, and as well as the CSS file. Okay, so let's plug this and then open this again. You can see we have the text for the application inside this. That is all the text for the application goes to this folder, separate folder. When you click, it will open the, you can see here is the class. So the first 3 folders that we have contain all the source code for the application, and as you can see we have the pom.xml here. That is the where we will find the dependencies for our project. Okay, when you open the pom.xml file, the first thing you can see we have this parent. The Spring Boot pom parent is a default configuration dependency and responsible for providing compatible version for the dependency you will add to your project. You can see here we have the group ID that we added for our project, artifact ID that we added for the project, the name of the project, and also the description for the project. Spring Boot tutorial that is below this parent that we have. Okay, so we also have the dependency tag, dependencies, where we have our Spring Boot starter web dependency. Okay, and you can see it comes with another dependency that is Spring Boot starter test. Okay, you can see we have no version here because Spring Boot automatically provide the right version for our application. So we also have this plugin. So this plugin are able to package the project as an executable jar, and it's responsible for adding part of the default configuration to our app. So when you open this file that we have Maven dependency here, you can see we have a lot of files. That is because Spring Boot provides a lot of default configuration to our application. So that is why you can see this file. But when you create a new Maven project that is not Spring Boot, when you open the Maven dependencies, you can hardly see a lot of files. So let's run our application here. So run as Spring Boot application. So our Spring Boot application, you can see it is running. So you can see our application started on port 8080. As we said, Spring Boot provides you with some default configuration based on the dependency you added. So we added Spring Starter Web dependency, and you can see it provides the Tomcat as a default configuration for this. So now that we create and examine the new Spring Boot project, let's try to get something out of the new Spring Boot project that we create. So let's create new class and name this home controller. Okay, so the class home controller is about to be ready. Okay, so here is the home controller class, and let's annotate this with @controller to mark this as a Spring bin. We use the stereotype annotation, and it will add this class to the Spring container. Okay, and let's create new method here, public string. Let's name it home, and this is expected to return a home page, and we will have home.html. we will create this home.html later, that is a HTML file. Okay, so now the next thing, we need to add the @request mapping. So if we make a request to the home, it will associate the request with this method. Okay, it used to associate the request with the action. Okay, so let's add the home part. We will get our home.html when we try to request this home. Okay, so now let's create inside the static. So static folder is a default place where the Spring Boot app expect to find the pages to render. So now let's create HTML file here. HTML file. Next, name this home. Okay, and let's have the h1 and just have home here. when we try to request the home at the 8080, it will return this page. Okay, so now let's go to the browser and click access this 8080 home. So you can see we accesses the home that we just have. Okay, so this is what we have, and in the next video we will look at the Spring MVC architecture. Okay, see you in the next video. Hi, in this video we will going to look at Spring Web MVC architecture. In the previous tutorial you observe how our app behave, that is the behavior of our app. So in this tutorial we will going to look at the mechanism behind the behavior of our app that we implement in the last tutorial. So here we have a client. The client make an HTTP request. So you can see we use HTTP protocol to communicate between the Spring app and the client. So when the client make a HTTP request, we have Tomcat. Tomcat get the HTTP request. Tomcat call the Spring Boot configured servlet, which we call dispatcher servlet, and here it is. So the dispatcher servlet is the entry point of our Spring Web app. Its responsibility is to manage folder inside the Spring app. It has to find which controller action to call for the request. Okay, so the dispatcher servlet delegate the responsibility of finding the controller action to component called handler mapping. So here is handler mapping. So the dispatcher servlet need to find the view with the name that is returned by the controller. So when the handler mapping find this action associated with the request, then the dispatcher servlet will call this action from the controller. So the action will return a view name, that is a name. So when a name is returned, then the dispatcher servlet use the view resolver, a component called view resolver. Okay, so the dispatcher servlet use a component called view resolver to find the view content. So when the view content is found, then it will return to the dispatcher servlet, and then it will return the view as a response. And in case of the resource we are looking for is not available, it will return 404, that is not found, and it will find the view. The view resolver will find the view for the 404 page not found, and it will return to the dispatcher servlet. Dispatcher servlet will return it as a response to the client. So this is the Spring Web MVC architecture in detail, and let's see you in the next video in this series, Spring Framework tutorial series. Hi, in this tutorial we will use Timelift template engine to send data from the controller to the view. You will observe that we have the home.html file inside the static folder. Okay, when we place an HTML file in the static folder, it will be served directly by the Spring Boot default static resource handler without any processing. Okay, so let me show you an example. When we go to the browser, try to access this file directly, we will be able to access it. Okay, let's go to localhost 8080/home.html. now here we are not accessing the path, we are just accessing the file directly. So you see it served directly, but in case of the template it has to process, because if we have to send the data from the controller to the view, it have to process before it return the file that is home.html. Okay, so let's look at what is template engine. Template engine is a dependency that allows you to get and display variable data the controller sent. Okay, so let's look at the little modification we will have in the Spring MVC flow. In the last tutorial, we explained the Spring Web MVC architecture, but in the dispatcher servlet here, when called the action, we said that it will return a name, that is a view name, and it will use the component view resolver to find the view and view content, and it will return it to the dispatcher servlet. Dispatcher servlet will return as a response. So the modification we have here, you can see we have this arrow, so it have to send the data before it return the view name. Okay, so the next thing we will do is we will add the dependency for the time leaf. Okay, now let's go back to our program. Here we will add the dependency for the time leaf. You can see we have the pom.xml file. Right click on the pom.xml file. You can see we have Spring. Go to add status. Okay, when you click on add status, it will connect us to the spring.io and we will add the dependency. So choose the time leaf, then click on next. So it will add the time leaf dependency. So you can see it takes us to this. Okay, here we click on this, copy all non-conflict changes, then click finish. Now we finish adding the dependency of the time leaf. So if you check the pom.xml, you will see the time leaf dependency. So you can see it is processing. Okay, so scroll, you will see we have the time leaf dependency. Okay, so now the next thing we will do is to send the data from the controller to the view. We have home controller, but we have to change this to the template since that it has to process before it display. So let's copy this to the template, from the static to the template, and here we will use a model interface. That is what we will use to send the data from the controller to the view model. Okay, so we use model dot, there is a method attribute the string attribute name and attribute value. Click on it. So let's add the attribute name. So let me add this as username or a first name, and the attribute value will add the first name. That is, we are sending this to the view aliu, and then the next thing we duplicate and add the last name. So let's add the last name. Okay, so the last name is Sahabo, and let's go to the view. So we will now go to the template home.html, and then let's change this implementation. So let's remove this home. Now we will use the time leaf attribute to find the attribute name for the value that we are sending to the view. So use the th text, that is to display a text, and we have this attribute. Within this we will just write the attribute name. Okay, it is first name. So let's duplicate this here for the last name. So let's save the changes. Okay, now all we need to do is to rerun the application to make sure everything is safe, and then check if our implementation works. Okay, it is running. Okay, so the application start on port 8080. So let's try to access the home path and see what we will have. So you see we have the first name and the last name sent from the controller to the view. Okay, this is what we have. See you in the next video in this playlist Spring Framework tutorial series. Hi, in this video you will learn how to send data from client to the server using the request parameter. Okay, so here we need to add the annotation at request param followed by a string. Then that string depend on the type. You may add integer depend on the type that you will use inside this method. I will use string to replace this name. We need to send this name from the client. Okay, so I will set this as first name. Okay, and I will change this from the aliu to the first name. So that means we are sending the value from the client, the value of the first name. Okay, so let's save these changes and go to the browser. So to use the request parameter, here in front of this URL home, we add this question mark followed by the first name. Okay, you can see the first name must match what the value that you have here, that is the variable that you have here. Okay, let's go back here and set it to like doubt. So before then, let's rerun this program to make sure the changes, we have no problem with the changes. Okay, now the program is ready. So you can see we add it in a key value here. Here is the key first name and the value is doubt. Okay, so let's send this to the server. You can see it changed this name immediately. Okay, so now while in case if we want to send for the that is last name as well from here. Okay, let's add another, but the request parameter is not use a maximum of a lot of these request parameter. It will be good if it is maximum of 2, not 2000, not more than 2000 characters. Okay, now let's copy this and add this here and change this to last name. Okay, so let's break this down and it better like this. Break this down. So and we will change this value last name here, last name, so it better like this. Let me break this down. Okay, so let's save these changes and then go to the browser. So now how we will add the second key value here? Oh, it's simple as that. We will just add an, that is we add and then followed by the last name and the value for the last name. Okay, so let me add the value to like Hassan, like this. We have first name, we set it to Dawood, and the last name we set it to Hassan. Okay, so let's send this to see if our implementation work. Okay, we need to rerun this program. Let's rerun this program. Okay, it is starting. Okay, it started. Now let's send this again. So you can see it changed from that, it changed from this. Okay, so that is what we have here in this tutorial. See you in the next video. Bye. In the last video, you learned how to use the request parameter to send data from client to the server, and in this tutorial you will learn how to use path variable to send data from client to the server. So we need to change this implementation a little bit. This, for the first name, we will change this to add path variable. Okay, and let's change this to add path variable, add path variable. So we don't need to change anything here. Okay, it's okay. We are passing the first name and as well as the last name. Okay, so there is little implementation that we will add here. Okay, what it is that we will first add the first name. You can add the first name here, first name, then followed with another slash, then last name. Okay, it is good use if you use a maximum of 2 for the add path variable. You will not use the maximum of 3 or 5. It is not a good practice. Last name, you can see we have the first name and the last name inside this curly bracket. Okay, so let's go back to the browser. Now we will not longer use a key value pair because we are not working with the request parameter. What we will do is add the slash followed by the first name directly. Let's say the first name is like John and the second name will be, let me just add Aliyu. So but before then, let's first rerun this program. Next we will use live reload so that we don't need to be running this program. Okay, so the program is starting. Okay, it started now. So now we will send this request. We have John and Aliyu. So let's send and see. You see it works, John and Aliyu. Okay, this is what we have for the add path variable in this tutorial. See you in the next video in this series, Spring Framework tutorial series. Post, get, and HTTP method in your Spring application. We have others, put, patch, and delete, which will come in the next couple of videos. So we have this HTTP method. It represents the client intention. The client uses them to express which action to apply on a specific resource. Okay, so we have get, which means the client request to retrieve data. Post, the client request to send new data. We have put, the client request to change data on the server side. We have patch, the client request to partially changes data on the server side. We also have delete, the client request to delete data on the server side. Okay, so here is our will use some data that we have in the user service class, that is some method, and it will process them, then send them to the view. Okay, so this is the changes that we have. So let's go and implement this. So you can see we will create this in this tutorial. We will add user and display the list of user here, that is the application similar to the real world app. Okay, so let's do this together. Okay, now our application will be getting closer and closer to the real world application. And let's create first a model here. That is, we need a package for the model class. Package, and name this model. So let's create new class, user. Okay, this user will have the private string, that is first name, string first name, and then followed by, okay, so let's generate getters and setters for this field. Here in the source, generate getters and setters, select all, generate. Okay, so now the next thing, we will change this controller. We will have it inside our package as well. So let's create a controller package, new package, and name it controller. So we will delete this home controller. We are not longer using the home controller. Okay, so before having the controller implementation, let's have the service inside the package. Service. Okay, so we'll have the user service which our controller will use. Okay, new class, user service. Okay, for now, to store data, I will use array list, and in the next videos we will learn about the Spring Data JPA, and we will store data in the database. So let me use the list, and we'll add users. So here we need of this. We will define two methods in this class, user service, and we need to annotate this with add service. Okay, to add this to the Spring container. Okay, so the first method that we will use is adding users. Let's define a public void add user. So we will receive this user from the parameter user. Okay, so we will use users dot add user. Okay, this is all we need here, and the next method is to return a list of users which will display to the view. So we need a public, this will be a list, user, so find users. Okay, this will be the name of the method, find users, and we will return users. That is all. So the first method is to add users, and the second method is to return the list of users. So now let's go to the controller package that we create. We will add a new class inside this. Okay, and this class will be a user controller. Okay, so the first thing, we will annotate this with add controller, and we need to have connection with the user service. So let's define a private user service. Here it is. Okay, source generate constructor using field generate. Okay, it's okay like this. Now the first method we need to define is for the viewing users. Okay, so let's have public, and this will be string view users. Okay, so and this is the controller method which will return user page. Let's have it like this. So this will return user page. Okay, so and we will need to add the list of users to the view. So we will create a page name users later. So to add the list of users to the view, we need a model. Don't forget that model. Okay, so first we need to access the list of users from the user service, and let me say the list of users and have this as users equal to, we use the user service to access find users. That is the method that will return the list of users. So now what we need to is to send this to the view dot add attribute name will be users. So the attribute value is also users. Okay, so now we need to add the request mapping so that we associate the incoming request with this action, that is the method. Okay, but we need to, since that we retrieve data using this method, we need to specify the HTTP method. So we use path and add the URL. We said the URL is users, and we need to add a method, and the method will be method get. Sorry, we have request method get. Okay, so this is what we use here. Okay, so to simplify this, we just use we have annotation at get mapping, so it knows that it is get request. So we just need to add the URL like this and set these to users. Okay, so the next thing is for the next method is for adding users. Let add public string and name this add users. So and for this we will return another page, and this page will name it add user. Add user, we will create these users and add user page later in the front end, that is inside the template. Okay, so now let's have the process of adding user. We receive this from the request parameter, so we need to use add request param string. So what will be, we need a first name, okay, and we need a couple of these again, email. Okay, so let's define a new user object. So user equal to new user. So and we will set these values. User dot set first name to first name, and then user dot set last name to last name, and then user dot set email to email that we will receive from the request parameter. You will learn about the request parameter. So the equivalent of the get mapping for the post here is we will use add post mapping, and then we will name these add user. Okay, so the next thing we will do, now that we add this, we have our list, so we'll use the user service dot, now we will access the add user, and we will add this user to the list. Okay, that is what we have here. So the next thing is the front end of our application. We finish with this backend, the controller, and the service. We will start working on the front end of this action. We will create a page users, that is, it will display a list of users. So let's go to the template, create new HTML file with the name users. Okay, we have this home from the previous tutorial. Let's delete this home. Okay, so here is the page users that we create, and let me change the name to users. So we will use bootstrap so that our app will look beautiful. So let's go to the browser and look for bootstrap 5. So we have this first link, and we will copy the link. Here is the link. Okay, so let's go back to the project and paste this link. So the next thing we will do is we'll start having the code. So we'll start with a div of a class container, container. Okay, so inside this we'll have a cat, so it's also a div with a class cat, and we need a cat header and a cat body. So this will be another div with the, we'll start with the cat header, okay, and then we need also a cat body, div cat body with a class cat body. Okay, so now we'll start with this cat header, where we'll have just a h2, okay, with the text list of users, and we'll give it a class as well. The class will be text center, that will display it at the center of this container. Okay, so the next thing we need is a table that we will display users table. We need a table header and the table body, the head. Okay, so the next thing we'll start with the table head, where we will have a row. Okay, so the row will have this table header, table body. We need also a table row. Okay, so what we will do, we'll need to iterate over a list of users and display each user. Okay, so here we need the team leaf attribute th each, and we set for each user in the users. Remember, in the user controller we are sending these users as the attribute name, so we use these users here to iterate over a list of users. So we need a td table data. Okay, so we will display first name, last name, email. Okay, so first let's have a th text, that is, it will display a text. Okay, so if you have this, we need this attribute, then access user dot first name and then email last name, then email last name, and then we need email. So we finish with this implementation. That is all we need to do. We have first name, last name, email, and here we iterate over a list of users and display each user. So now the next thing we need to do is to have another page for adding users. So let's create new order. Here HTML file, we need to have add user, that is the name of the page. Okay, to make this simple, let's go to the users, copy what we have here in the users and paste it here. So we just need to start changing from here, add user page. Okay, that is the title, add user page, and then here we will change this to add user. So we will not longer use table here, so let's delete this. Okay, the entire table. Now we have the card body. So inside this card body will have a form. Okay, so let's have a form and let's have attribute for the form. So the first thing is the action. So they will map the action to which URL. So let's check and see. We have this add user. So let's go to the add user page and paste it, and the method, that is the request, is to post. Okay, to send data. Okay, as simple as this. So what next is that we need the input field. So let's have this input field. First we need a div. So this div is the form group. We will have a class form group, that is the CSS defined class, MB3, like this. Okay, so for each, this will have the label, and this will be face name. Okay, so and we'll have the input as well, input. So inside this we need first a type. So what will be the type is text, because we are submitting the text, and the name is first name. So this input field component will submit this as a request parameter with a name, first name. What we have inside the input field, it will be the value for the first name. It is like a key value pair, as we discussed in the last tutorial. Okay, so we'll duplicate this. So, and add for the email. First, let's have last name, and then we'll change this. Make sure you change this, because this is the value. Okay, this represents the value, so we'll change this to email, and as well this will be email. Okay, so this is what we have so far, and we will give the input a class form control. So let's have a class for each input, class form control. So we'll duplicate this for each input, and then as well. So okay, so we finish with the implementation of the front end for but. So the next thing, we will have a submit button. That is the last thing we will have here, button to submit. Okay, and the type of this is submit, and we will have a class for this button. Let's say btn primary. Okay, so and set the text to submit. Okay, now we have for the action users to display users, and we have for the action to add users. So this is what we have. Let's relaunch this. Okay, and check the URL. First we will check how it looks, that is the users, and add users. So the application started. Let's check in the browser, localhost 8080, we have users. Okay, you see we have first name, last name, email. Okay, so there is something we forget. It is not supposed to be like this. Okay, so let's go to the users. This table a class, bootstrap class. That's why we are having this class equal to table, and the style for the table we will give it table strip. Okay, so that is all we need here. Let's save the change. Let's rerun this. Okay, now we can go out, refresh this page. Okay, you see now we settle this matter. Okay, the next thing we will do is to check for the local host, that is at user URL. to see. Okay, we are having this error because we did not define the get mapping, that is an action that will get the page. So it is only a post mapping. Let's go back to the user controller, and you can see we have only post mapping. So let's define a get mapping. Okay, so at get mapping, and we will have at user as well. So on what next, then the method public string get at user page. Okay, so and this will just return a page name. We have at user. Okay, so this is what we just need here, and let's see. First, let we run the program. Okay, so we will see how our at user page look like now once they finish running. Okay, let's go back to the at user and now try to access. You see here is our at user. Okay, now when we submit a name, we want a name to be visible directly in the user's page. So when we submit, we want it to redirect out to the user page. So we need to go back again to the page. So we need to have a redirect here. It will redirect us to the users page so that we can see the new users that is added. So now let's run this program again. So if it runs, then we try to add a users. So it started. Let's go to these. The first name, that is my name Aliyu, the last name Sahabo, and then email Aliyu Sahabo Adam. You can see. Let's submit. So you see it takes us to this page. When we try to add another user in the local host at user, so you can see, oh, let's have something like, let me write Haider Adam, and then let me set ha@gmail.com. gmail.com. You can see we have two names. Okay, so this is what we have here. See you in the next video on this playlist. Hi, in this video we will going to look at what is REST service. Representational state transfer service, which is REST service, is used to implement communication between client and server in a web application. REST service are communication method between two applications. A web client or mobile app may call it backend solution through REST endpoint, but even backend service might communicate using REST web service call. Okay, so let's look at Spring MVC flow for the REST endpoint. Here we have a client. A client make HTTP request. The client make an HTTP request, and then we have Tomcat. Tomcat get the HTTP request and then call the Spring Boot configured servlet, which is dispatcher servlet. So dispatcher servlet is the entry point of our Spring web app. Its responsibility is to manage folder inside the Spring app. It has to find which controller action to call for the request. So the dispatcher servlet delegate the responsibility of finding the controller action to a component called handler mapping. So when handler mapping find the action associated with the request, then the dispatcher servlet will call this action. So the action will return a name. So the name that is returned will be returned to the client as a response body. So in a normal Spring MVC flow, when controller action returns that name, the dispatcher servlet delegates the responsibility of finding the view name to the view resolver. If the view resolver finds the view, it will return to dispatcher servlet. Then the dispatcher servlet will return this view to the client. But here you can see we cancel this view. Okay, that means that there is no view involved here. It just returns the value from the action that is returned as a response body to the client. So this is the Spring MVC flow for the REST endpoint. So in the next video, we will going to look at Spring REST in more detail in this series, Spring Framework tutorial series. See you in the next video. So let's create a new project and implement our first REST endpoint action. So go to the file, new, order. Here we have Spring Starter project. Click on next. It will take us to this, connect us to the start.spring.io. So here the name of this project, let name it REST service. Okay, and I will leave the group as coding techniques as well as the package, and I will change this to REST service tutorial. Okay, click next. So the only dependency we need here is the Spring Web and Spring Boot Dev tool for the live reload. Okay, click on this dependency, finish. Okay, our project is ready, and here it is, REST service. Okay, you can see we have the starter class here, REST service application. Okay, now let's create a new package to add our controller inside. So right click, new package, here it is, and name this controller, and then we need to create a new class. Okay, so this is the controller class here that we will create. So, and let name it update controller. So, and we'll let add user update controller like this, finish. So here is the class user update controller. So first of all, what we need to do here, let's add the add controller. For this, to add it to a Spring container, we have add controller. So, and I need a add request mapping here, and let have endpoint like this, API slash update. Okay, so we'll have two action inside this controller. So the first action is public string, and I will name this profile pic update. So that is for the image update, just an example. So, and this will return, let's set this will return profile picture updated successfully. Okay, so, and I will need another method. So let's define the get mapping associated, the endpoint associated with this action, that is the path So on the path for this, I will name it profile pic like this. Okay, so and let's define another public string bio, that is to update bio return okay. So let me set have bio updated successfully. Okay, so and I will name this get with this bio. Okay, so now we will have to add response body to each of these methods, so that when we call this method, it will return these values. So we don't want to return a view, so we are telling the dispatcher servlet that this method will return directly a name that we have here. Okay, we have add response body here, and let's add the same add response body here. Okay, now that we finish having these two actions, we will try to access them. So before then, let's run the application, run as Spring Boot app, and I will use Postman to access these actions that we have here, these endpoints that we have. Okay, you head to the browser and look for the www.postman.com, then download it. Once you download it, open it, you can see the interface is like this. Click on this plus that we have here. Once you click it, you will have this address bar, and you can see you can choose the HTTP method, and for our case is get method. Okay, so let's add the address to our endpoint HTTP localhost API update profile pic. I am trying to access for the profile pic. You can see we have API update, then followed by this profile pic. So let's go back to the Postman. Once you add this, you can just click send. It will send the request, and you can see we get this as a response body, that is profile picture update successfully. Okay, so on here you will, if you want, you will add the parameter, that is request parameter, request header, and the request body here. Okay, that is what we have. And then you can, if the response consists of headers, you can see the headers here, and you can see the status for our request is okay, that is the response is okay, and here is the time that it takes and the size. So this is for the profile pic. Let's try to access the other action that we have, the other endpoint, that is bio. So let's go to the, so now let's try to access the bio, and then send the request. It is a get. Go to the body, you see we have bio update successfully. So okay, now let's go back to the code here. You can see we duplicate this at response body. Here we have twice, so let's just change this to at rest controller. It serves the same purpose. At rest controller, this, remove this, so it applies to all the actions that we have inside this user update controller. So that is what we have here. See you in the next. In this section, we will going to send object as a response body. Remember, in this controller we have this profile pic update, and it is just returning that string. So now we will going to return an entire object as a response body in this REST service tutorial. So let's create first a new package, and we have this as model. Let's create a new class inside this model. The model is student. Okay, so here we will have two fields: student name, private string name, and then followed by student private string department. Okay, so let's generate getters and setters for this field. Here let's generate getters and setters, select all. Okay, finish. So now this is the object that we will going to send as a response body. Okay, so here we have the user update controller. Let's create another controller class inside the coding techniques.controller, new class, and call the student info controller. Okay, we have student info controller. Click finish. Okay, so we will going to first annotate this with address controller to add this class to the Spring container, and as well tell the dispatcher servlet to not return a view. We will just return the value directly. Okay, so let's have our first method public student, because we are going to send student as a response. Public student get student. Let's name this get student, and this will return student. For now, let me have the add get mapping here, add get mapping, and the name of this endpoint is student. Okay, so let's return a student here. I will drag this down. So let's create student equal to new student. So we set these values, name, and the department. Student dot set name, and let me have Aliyu, and then followed by student dot set department, and let me have this as mathematics. Okay, so we will return this object as a response body. So we have this student. Okay, now let's define the add request mapping for this, and this will be API / info, then student. Okay, so let's try to access this endpoint from our postman. Okay, so here we have API update bio. We'll change this API info followed by student. Okay, so let's see what it will return. Remember, it is a get request. So click on send. you see we have this object as a response body. We have name, Aliyu, and then department mathematics. Okay, so let me show you again how we will send a list of objects as a response body. Okay, so let's have another controller method. Let's start with the endpoint. Call this student with s, that is not only one student, and then have public. This will be a list of students. Okay, list of students. Then we'll have get student. Okay, so followed by, okay, now let me copy this, have it here, and then we will have another object. Let's have another object, student. Let me add this as student 2, and I will use 1 here. Okay, equal to new student. Okay, so let me set the values here, student 1, and I will copy this for the second student. So we'll have student 2. So let me change this name and have a name like Ibrahim, and set this to the department. Let me call this operational research. Okay, so we have 2 objects here, this one and also student 1 and student 2. So let me return this. Okay, let's return a list. Now all access off, list off, and pass student 1 and student 2 and student 2. Okay, so let's save the changes and go to the postman, try to access and see what we have. The only thing we will add, the difference is just s. Make sure it is a get request and then click on send. So you see we have name Aliyu, department mathematics, and we also have name Ibrahim and department operational research. Okay, so this is how we send object as a response body in a REST service. See you in the next video. Hi, in this section you will going to learn setting response status and headers. Remember, HTTP response is how the server sends data back to the client due to the client request. Before going to setting response status and headers, you need to be familiar with these: response headers, response body, and response status. Response headers is a piece of data in the response, usually not more than a few words. Response body is a larger amount of data the backend needs to send in the response. We have response status, a short representation of the request result. Here, response body. In the previous tutorial, you learned how to send object as a response body. So in this, you will going to learn setting response status and headers. So let's look at this HTTP status code. The response status is an essential signal in the HTTP response used to represent the request result. We have this HTTP status code. You can see here we have 200, which is okay if no exception thrown in the server. We have 404, which is not found if the requested resource not exists. We also have 400, which is bad request if the request could not match with the way the server expected the result. We have 500, that is error on server if an exception is thrown on the server side for any reason. We have 403, forbidden if you don't have permission to access the resource. Okay, so we will going to see how we will set response status and headers in code. Okay, before going to the code, remember we have this body. From the previous tutorial, it returned this as a response body. So this is the response body, and if we have headers in the response, we will have it here. These are default, and if we set custom, you can see it here. Okay, so and here is the status code. Okay, you can see by default is 200 if it is okay, if the request we are looking for is available and it's successfully returned. We have okay. So now we will going to set different status code, and you can see we will have it here, and as well we will going to have headers as well as the response body. So let's go to the code. You can see here we have a student. So we will going to modify this a little. So instead of this, we will use a response entity. Response entity. This class is provided by the Spring. We use this class to set status body, and we also set headers. Okay, so let's have student here. Already you can see we have this student Aliyu and mathematics. So and the next thing we will do, instead of returning the student, we are going to change this to return a response entity. Okay, and we will access the method like status. Here you can see we have status. We can change the status code from okay, let's have HTTP status code, HTTP status. Here it is, and access something like accepted. You can see we have path requests, we have conflict, a lot of it here, forbidden. Okay, so here I will use accepted, which is 202. Okay, and then we will also going to set headers. So let me break this down and access headers in a key value pair. Okay, so the header name here is, let me have a year, and then the value of the year is 20, let's say 25, and then we also need another header. Let's have this school, and let me add the value for the school, that is university. Let me set University of Technology. Okay, so and let's have another header. So let's set like semester, and set this value to second. So what remaining is the body. So let's have the body. So we pass the student as the response body. So let's save these changes and go to the postman. Try to access this action. Okay, so we will access the student API info student. Okay, click on send. Remember, it is a get mapping. You can see here we have the body as Aliyu and the department mathematics. This is the body we sent. It is correct. So let's go to the headers. So in the headers we set a custom headers, and let's check if it is available. You see we have a year 2025, school, University of Technology, semester second. So let's check the status code. You can see we have the status code here changed to accepted. Okay, so this is how we set a using response entity to set a status header and the body. So see you in the next video. In this section you will learn how to send a data with a request body from the client to the server. So you can see we have this, so we will going to modify this a little. It will not longer going to return this status response entity. So let's change this to student for now, and then the next thing we'll also going to change this to just return a student. So we have at annotation that is called at request body. We use this to accept the request body. So let's have at request body. Here it is, and then let's have it of type student. So we need to provide the student. Okay, so you can see we have this. We will not longer going to have this. Let us remove. Okay, so now when we send a request body, we need to print it in the console. So let me use logger equal to logger.get logger followed by student info controller dot class dot get name. Okay, so and when we send this request with the request body, we will print. You can see. So let's have logger dot info. So first of all we need to print the name. So we will have student dot get name as well. Let's concatenate this. So we also need another one for the department. Student dot get department. Okay, so and we will change this to department. Okay, so we have name and department. So let's see how we will send this request body from the postman. Okay, so you can see here we have this, okay, in the address bar, which is the address to our endpoint. So the next thing you can see, we have body here. So we will choose how we will send, then we choose a row. Okay, remember here we have sent this, so we're going to modify this a little so that not to waste time writing. Okay, so let me change this name. This we will send it as a response body. We have name and department, so let me change this to header, and the department for this I will say physics. Okay, so save these changes and then we'll send this. So you can see it return this name, header, physics, department, and because we are returning it here, so let's check if it is printed as we sent it. You see we have header and department, physics. Okay, so in the next tutorial you will going to learn how to manage exception with REST service. In this section you will going to learn how to manage exception at the endpoint level with REST service, that is managing exception in the controller action. Okay, we will have an example for a token service with a token controller, and we will have a model of token. So you can see how we will handle this. Okay, now to manage exception at the endpoint level, let's have a small example that we will create. So we will use a token, and let's see how we will do this. First, we need a new package for service, and we also need another package, new package for the exception, like this. Okay, so the next thing, we will create a new class in the model, and we will call this token details. Okay, and let's have some field inside this. We'll have private and integer token. So this is all we need to have here. It is not some lot of field. Okay, so we will create the getters and setters for this. Generate getters and setters for this. So in the exception, we will create a new exception class that will handle the error that we may have in the token service before implementing the token service. Let's have for the exception new class and call the token length exception. Okay, so this will handle the token length, and let's extend the throwable, and we will have a constructor to generate a constructor. Let's go to this, generate a constructor from a super class. So let's remove this and generate a constructor like this. Okay, the next thing we will have is the message to pass to the throwable. Okay, so that when we catch exception, we will have to see this message. So here we will have the message token length requirement failed. Okay, so let's create a service class, token service, that will use this exception that we just create, token service, and we need to annotate this with @service. Okay, so it's fine now. And what we will do next is that we'll have a public void token length manager. So we'll pass the token and it will check the length. So we want the token length of 4-figure, so we will have something like this. If token is less than 1000 or one, will have or token greater than or equal to 10,000, we will have to throw exception. Okay, let's have throw new token length exception. Token length exception. Here it is. Okay, so let's have these two attributes. So now we will create a controller that will use this token service, and we have a method that will check the length, that is token length manager. So let's create a new class and we'll call this token controller. Okay, and we'll annotate this with @raise controller. Okay, so let's have this method. First we will start with the @get mapping, and we'll have this as token. So we'll use public of type response entity. Okay, because we will either throw a it will either return error detail or it will return a token detail. Okay, so we will create the error detail later, which will return as a response. And maybe you may ask why we create this token length exception if we will create another class to return a response. So this token length exception will not return any response. We will have this at a backend. It will inform there is exception at the backend, and we need to inform the client that there is exception as well. Okay, so let's have this as token handler, the name of this method. So we'll receive this as @request body, @request body of token details, token details. Okay, so let's have these. Okay, the first thing we will do is to call the token manager. So we need to have a private token service, and let's generate a constructor for this. Generate constructor using this file. Okay, it's fine. And so the next thing, we will access this token service dot, we have token length manager, and we will use the what we receive as a request body, that is token details. and get the token. Okay, so this will return an exception, so we will surround with try catch. So let's have the first option here. So when it does not throw an exception, what we will do is we will return entity dot status will have HTTP status accepted, and we will have the body as token details. Okay, token details. So in case of if it throws exception, what we will do is let's create another class that will have the message to the response. So, and I will call this error details. Okay, so let's have this, and we'll have a field private string message. So let's generate a getters and setters for this. Go to source, generate getters and setters for this, select all and generate. Okay, it's fine. Now we will use this in the token controller. Okay, in case of the exception, first let's call what we just defined, that is error detail. Error details equal to new error details, and we will set the message error details dot, here we have set message, and we will write the token does not the, okay, so let's change this method, the length of the token. We have the message here, the token length requirement failed. Okay, so controller, and then okay, I explained that the difference between these message that we have, it will throw at the backend and we will return this message to a client for this. So that is the difference. This works in the backend, it throws this exception, and to tell the one who make the request, we have to create these error details again to send it to the client. Okay, so the next thing, we will return the error details as a response body. So let's have as response entity, and this time it is a BAT request, does not meet the requirement, and the body for this is error details. Okay, so here you see the reason we have this, because we don't know which one it will throw, which one will have either a token detail accepted or a BAT request error detail. It is a different object, that is why we have this question mark. Okay, now let's test this in the Postman. So on, we need to change this to just, we will just directly access token. Okay, and the response body here will change. So let's check for the Okay, first let's see what we are having this. Go back to the token detail where we are accessing this. I think we have to save this. Okay, that is all we need to do. Okay, so it will be a token. Go back to the postman. So we have this token. Remember it is integer, and the value that we first pass, let us pass the value below, that is 1000. That is a 3-figure value. Okay, so save this and send as a request. You can see we have this message: token length requirement fail. Okay, so let's pass something that is more than 10,000, like 10,100, like this. So we will still have this message: token length requirement failed. Okay, so here let's pass a 4-figure: 1 2 3 4. Okay, so you can see it return a token. Okay, let's pass another 4-figure: 1 3 5 6 or 5 7, like this. Okay, so you can see it returns no error. So this is how we will manage exception at the endpoint level. So the next thing, in the next video, you will learn how to use controller advice to handle this exception. In the last video, you will learn how to manage exception in the controller action, and in this case you will learn different thing where you will learn how to manage exception with controller advice. We will separate a logic. We don't have to manage it inside our controller again. We will have this exception controller advice to manage the exception while keeping the controller clean without any exception handling inside it. Okay, so let's do this together. As you can see, this logic is from our previous tutorial where we handle the exception inside the controller action, and in this video we will separate the logic where we'll have another controller, which is exception controller advice, to handle this logic for the exception, where this controller will know nothing about the exception handling logic. Okay, so let's go to the controller and create new class. Okay, and call this exception handling controller advice. Okay, so here it is, exception handling controller advice, and we will annotate this with @race controller. So the next thing, we will start having this logic but for this we will have no endpoint here, so we will annotate the method with @exception handler, then pass the name of this exception. We have token length exception dot class. So let's have the method logic below. We have public, and this will be response entity, and we will pass the arrow detail now, arrow detail, and have it this method arrow handler arrow handler. Okay, so let's define the logic inside. So first of all, let's go back to the token controller, and you can see we have this So let's remove this. This is the logic in case of error, so we'll remove this and take it to the exception handler. So let's paste this here. So first of all, we have this error detail, and we set the message token length requirement failed, and we return the batch request with the body as error detail. So this is all what we need to do here, and remember we need to change this to at rest controller advice, at rest controller advice. Okay, at rest controller advice. So let's save these changes and let's go to the token controller. You can see we doesn't need this exception here, so we go back to the token length exception. Instead, we need to extend the runtime exception. So we extend the runtime exception so that here inside the token service we don't need to have this. All we need to do is return throw new token length exception. Okay, so then our token controller will know nothing about this exception. What will handle the exception is the controller advice. Okay, so let's see if our implementation works as expected. Let's go to the Postman. Here you can see we have based on the previous tutorial, we are passing this as the body of the request. We have token and we are passing this value. So this value is valid because we need a 4-figure. If it passes a 4-figure or less than a 4-figure, it will throw an exception. So let's test this and see. You see it is fine, we doesn't have problem with the code. Let's reduce this to like 135 to see if it will throw. You see it throw exception, token length requirement exception. This is the magic of the Spring. Let's add it above the 4-figure again. Send this. Okay, so you see we have token length requirement exception. So this approach is better because the token controller, we doesn't fill it with a lot of logic like this, so it is better. So this is what we have. See you in the next video. Hi, in this section of this series we will introduce you to employee management system project. We will build employee management system project, and we will also introduce you to new technologies which will be part of this project. Okay, let's build this together. Here is the demo of what we are going to build. We can delete employee, we can add new employee, and we can also edit employee. So here we have Umar Mohammed, and we can delete this. We can also add new employee. Okay, let's add Umar Mohammed again and have the as the Gmail. Submit. You see we added the employee again. We can also edit this employee by changing. Let's change this name a little bit, like Umar M, then try to submit and see. You see we have changes by editing this employee. Okay, this is what we were going to build in this tutorial together. Here is part of the architecture of our program. we have a user, and a user will send a request. The request will be accepted by the Tomcat, and the Tomcat will give the request to the dispatcher servlet. When it gives the request to the dispatcher servlet will use the handler mapping, a component called handler mapping, to find a right controller action for the request. So here inside our controller, it will find the right action for the given request, and based on this action, the controller will call function inside the employee service, and then at the end it will return the page, which is a view resolver we have here. So inside the employee controller, it will use some of function that we have inside the employee service. The function may be saving the employee, deleting employee, or getting employee by ID. These are some of the operation we will have inside the employee service. An employee service will implement the employee service interface. We will have employee service interface, and a class called employee service implementation will have all the implementation. Okay, so here is another architecture for the saving. Once we save the user to the employee controller, then employee service, we have employee repository, then to database. The same thing with the delete and edit, it will follow the same route. Okay, so we also have key operation. The key operation is we have save employees, list of employees, update employee, and delete employee, and we will going to implement this step by step. Okay, these are the technology used in this project: Spring Boot 3.2.5, Java version 17, Maven, MySQL database. We use MySQL database. We use TeamLeaf template, Spring Data JPA, Tomcat, Eclipse STS, and Bootstrap. Okay, so now let's build this together. Let's create a new project for our employee management system. Spring Boot project, create project, Spring Starter project. Next, this will connect to the Start Spring IO. Okay, now I already have previous project called CRUD app, and I will change this. Okay, so let's name this employee management app, and I will change the description to employee management system tutorial. Okay, we will use Java version 17 type. We will use Maven here, and the package, I name the package coding techniques, which is the name of this channel. Okay, so let's click next and add the dependency. We need TeamLeaf, and then we also need the Spring Boot dev tool for the live reload. We need the Spring Web, it is a web application, and then we also need MySQL driver. We also need the Spring Data JPA for performing the database operation. Okay, these are the 5 dependency needed for this project, and what we do next is click finish. Okay, so now import getting started. Okay, so before running this application, we need to have a configuration for MySQL database, and this is what we will going to do next. Here inside the MySQL workbench, we will create a new schema. We have this icon, create new schema. Once we click, it will give us the page to create the schema. We will change this to employees like this, then click on apply. So apply, finish. We have new schema employee, and if you click, you see we have no tables, and we will later create a JPA entity which will map to this new schema. Okay, inside our Spring Boot project, let's go to the application.properties to add the configuration for my SQL database. Application.properties, and first what we need is the data source URL. Okay, spring dot data source dot URL equal to, this will be the URL of the MySQL DB. It's running on the local host 3306 JDBC MySQL slash localhost 3306. Then we add the name of the database. This will grant us access to the employees database, but we must provide the username and the password. This will be the username and the password of the MySQL workbench that you create. Spring to data source that we will provide username equal to, in my case, is root, and we will provide spring again the password, spring data source dot password equal to root again. In my case, the username and the password all is root. Okay, now we will have the JPA Hibernate configuration. Spring to JPA Hibernate. Here we have DL auto, and we will set this to update. This control the schema generation process. Okay, and we also have another which is login configuration. Let's add the login dot level dot hibernate s.sql. This set the login level for SQL statement. We will set this to debug, which enable detailed login of the SQL queries. SQL equal to debug. Okay, also have one more, which is login dot hibernate dot type equal to trace. Capital letter, let's add this trace. Okay, so and we will change this debug like this. Okay, it's better now. So on the login level hibernate type trace, set the provide detailed information about the types of the parameters and the result in the SQL queries. Okay, now we can run the application. Okay, so let's go to the starter class, employee management application, and then run a Spring Boot app. Okay, now we have our application started successfully at the port 8080. So the next thing, we will create a entity class for the employee. Okay, now let's create the entity class. Before then, let's create new package. Inside the model package, we will create the entity class. Let's create a class called employee. Okay, we will annotate this class with @entity to mark it as the JPA entity class, which will map to database. @entity, we have this. We will start with the field private long ID, which will be the primary key in the database. Private long ID. Okay, so to make it primary key first, we need to annotate it with @id, and this will be generated automatically. We have generated value strategy generation type .auto. Okay, so we will have the other field, which include the first name, private string, first name. We will have private string, last name, and email. Private string, email. Okay, so we will generate a constructor. So let's go to sources. Here we have source, generate constructor, on the select all. I just want to generate
a constructor with no parameter. We know the Java provide this constructor automatically, but in case of Spring sometimes we have trouble. We need to provide this for it to access. Okay, and then we also need to generate getters and setters. Okay, let's go to source again, generate. Here we have getters and setters for all the fields. Select all. Okay, generate. Okay, this is what we have so far, and the next thing we will do, we will have the repository, service, and the controller, that is for saving the user in the database. In this section we will create repository, service, and controller for saving user. So let's create new package and call this repository. Okay, and inside this we will create new interface, employee repository. Okay, our employee repository will extend JPA repository. By extending JPA repository, it will have access to the several methods for performing JPA operation. Okay, here we will pass the class employee and then followed by the long. Okay, so we will annotate this class with add repository to, so that it will be added to the Spring container. But even if we did not add the add repository, once the Spring sees that we have the interface that extends JPA repository, it automatically add it to the container, which is the Spring container. Okay, now if we leave it like this, it better without the annotation. Okay, so now let's have another package for the service. New package or sub package service. Inside this, let's create the interface. We will have employee service interface, and we are having interface inside the service. We will later have a class that implement this interface, which is employee service implementation. Will implement this employee service. That is the reason of doing this. We don't want our controller to be so dependent on the employee service implementation class, so that if we make a little changes, it will affect the controller class. But if we have the interface, we will use the interface inside the controller class. Okay, and even if we make changes, it won't affect our controller, it won't break our code. Okay, so we will have the method for saving user, which is void save employee. If I set user, I mean employee in this case, employee. Okay, then we will pass the parameter employee. This is the first method we will have for saving employee. We will implement it inside the employee service implementation. Okay, So let's create another class. Let's create a class inside the service and name this employee service implementation, and let's set IMPL like this, which means implementation. Okay, so this will implement the employee service. Implement employee service. Okay, add unimplemented method, which is the method that we just create. So this is as simple as we will just call the save method to save the employee object that is passed here. Okay, we need to call the employee repository. Okay, let's start with add AutoWord. Okay, and then have a private employee repository like this, and let me take this down. Repository dot save employee. Okay, that is all we need here. Okay, it is a simple implementation. We use employee repository to save the employee, and we will call this method inside the employee controller. Okay, so now we will create new sub package controller. Okay, and let's create new class. We will call this employee controller. Okay, so inside the employee controller we will have the port mapping save employee, since that we create this method. Okay, we will annotate this with add controller face, add controller, so that it will be added to the Spring container. Okay, and we need a method, a post mapping method, and we will call this endpoint save employee. So we will also have the method public string save employee, the name of the method. Okay, so and then this will return a string. Okay, so before adding the value that we will return here, let's have the implementation phase. Okay, so now we will call the interface employee service. As I said earlier, we will not be using the implementation. Okay, let's call it phase. Let's have the AutoWord annotation, and then call the employee. Let's make it private employee service. We will talk to the interface. So we will have the employee service. We will access the method that we have save employee. Okay, then we need add model attribute. Employee will have this inside the theme leaf. Okay, employee employee. Okay, so let's add it here. It will map all the fields that we have to this model attribute employee. Okay, and it will return, let's set redirect to, let's name this employees. So now we will create the employees page later and have this endpoint. Once we save the employee, we want to be redirected to the list of employees that we have. Okay, so this is the post mapping that we have. And the next thing we will do, we will have a get mapping as well before going to the front end implementation. So let's have a get mapping and let's name the part as register, the part which we will get the form, public string, name this method registration for my case, and this will return a page, and the name of the page that I will create in the template is registration. Okay, so we need to initialize and the form by sending it to the model attribute. We can do this through two ways. Okay, we can add model attribute to this, add model attribute, add employee, and then have the employee like this. By doing this, we initialize our form with the employee object, and we can also do the other way. Okay, let me show you again. We will also have this employee. We'll have employee equal to new employee, okay, then we'll send this to the view using the model. So let's add the model. We did not add the model. So we use this to send it to the view model.add attribute. So let's add the attribute name and the attribute value employee, and then the attribute value we pass this employee to here as the attribute value, and if we leave this like this is okay. So we initialize our form with the object employee so that it will populate this object with the values, and we save these using the post mapping when we send the submit, when we click on the submit button and send a post request. Okay, so let's save this, and the next thing we will do is that we will have a front-end implementation for our implementation that we have. Okay, so let's do this together. In this section, we will have a front-end implementation for saving employee, but remember there is something we want to settle here. This employee service is an interface which implemented by the employee service implementation. So we need to annotate this with @service so that Spring container will manage this. Okay, so if we add the @service, Spring can manage this, but if we did not add the @service, it will not see this object and it will not manage it. So this is what we need to settle. Now let's go to the controller. We will create a page for this, the page that this register endpoint will return, that is the registration page. Okay, so let's go to the template. We will create a new HTML file. Okay, so let's create a new HTML file with the name registration and click OK. So now here we need to change the title to registration. Okay, and then we need to start the implementation, but we are using Bootstrap, so we need to add the CSS link for the Bootstrap. Okay, now let's go to the Bootstrap. We will use Bootstrap 5, and this is the current version. Here it will take you to this page. Click on the introduction Bootstrap. Okay, we have here the CSS link. You just need to click on copy. Once you copy this, you will add this to the header. So we will start the implementation. Once you add this, click on save. Okay, so we will start the implementation. First we need a div with the class Bootstrap class container. Inside this container we will have everything. We also, inside this container, we need a cat for the header and the body. The header is the h2 with a text registration, and the body is our form. So let's have this div called with a class cat, and inside this we will have two div. First one, we need a div for the cat header, okay, and inside this we will have h2 registration. Okay, and the second div is the cat body, which we will have a form div, and the class is cat body. Okay, so here we will have the form, the input field, and the label. Okay, so let's have a form first. So the form will have the attribute for the which we will use to connect this to our controller method. First we need a th action. The th action will wrap this inside the ThemeLeaf attribute, which is the @ and the curly bracket. We will pass the URL which will call. So we have a safe employee, and it will call this is the action URL. So let's go to the registration and add this. We also need a th object. We already know the th object is employee, and it will be inside this attribute $sign with the curly bracket. So we need to pass the employee here, and we also have to pass the method. The method is pause simple. Okay, so let's save this, and now we will add the label and the input. So we need another div, and for this there is a class, bootstrap class, with the name form group, and then followed by mb3. So we will add the label first, label. So for the first name, so remember this label have 4, so we need to pass the first name here and copy the first name as well. So when we copy this, we need to have this for the input. We need to have this inside the input. So we have th field. This will map the value that we have for this input field to our employee object, and the template attribute for this is star followed by the curly bracket, and we will pass the first name inside. We need to pass the type is text, and then the class for the bootstrap is form control, and then the ID is first name. Okay, so we just need to duplicate this for the last name. So last name, so we need last name. So we will just copy this and change the th field and then the ID. So the same thing for the email. Okay, email. So let me add this column. So let's change this to email. Make sure it matches the name of your object field inside the employee. So let's copy this and then have it here as well as here. Okay, this is what we have so far, and the next thing we will do is to have the submit button. Okay, the button type for the button will pass submit, and then we will also have a class that is a bootstrap class. For this is btn primary, that is we are specifying the color btn primary, and then we need to have submit here, so which we will use to submit the employee. We have employee first name, last name, email. We have this attribute save employee, then we also have the employee object method post. Okay, now let's save this and then go back to the controller. You see we will get this page that we just have at the register here. Okay, now let's check for it. Make sure you save anything, and then if there is any changes that we will do, we will come back. So let's see it face register. Okay, you see we have our registration. So the problem now, we need to have a break so that it could go down, and then we need to adjust it to center. It is so straight, it is so large as it. Okay, so go back to the registration. Okay, inside the container, or on the top of the container, we will have a break. So let's have this break, PR, like this. Save this, and then you see we have this now in beta. And to make this, we need to reduce the length of the registration, and this registration text, we need it to be at the center. First, let's solve this issue. And we have a class for this. The class is text center. Let's check if it is at the center. Refresh. Okay, now it is at the center. Okay, for making it small, now we need a div again. So we need to copy all these face, okay, from the cat. All we need to do is container, cut it, and let's have the div for this, and we will paste it inside. The class is, we have the code md6 followed by offset md3. Okay, so let's paste it inside this, save the changes, go back to the refresh. Okay, you see now it better. Okay, so let's try submitting the first name, last name, and email for the employee. Check in the database. But before then, remember inside the employee controller, we have right that if we save employee, it will redirect us to employees, this endpoint, and currently we doesn't have the employee endpoint. Let's create one at get mapping. So we'll have employees like this. Let's have the method public. Okay, public string, and then followed by, let's name the method employees. Okay, and this will return a text. So to make it return a text, here we are using controller. We need to annotate this with at response body. Okay, and we need to return something like success here. Before, later we will have the list of the employees. Okay, let's save these changes. Go back to the, we have first name. Let's write my name Aliyu, last name Sahabo, and we have the email as Aliyu Sahabo Adam. So when we submit this, it will take us to this success. That is the endpoint that we just created. But let's check the database to see if we have the user Aliyu, that is the employee. Let's refresh the database first. You see we have these tables, inside the employee we have this column. Okay, so now let's open this, the whole dish, and check whether we save this. It's saved correctly. Okay, so we have this with ID1, email, first name, last name. So our implementation works correctly as we need. The next thing we will do is we will have the implementation for the list of employees so that we can display the list. So this is what we will do next. Hi, in this section we will have backend implementation for the list of employees and later have the front-end implementation. So we need to get all employees that we have inside the database, and for this we need to go to the employee service. We'll add a new method. Okay, and this will return iterable. So iterable, and this will be employee object. Okay, and we will name this find employees. Okay, so this will have no parameter. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, inside the employee service implementation we will have the implementation for the new method we added. You see we have the public iterable employee find employee. Okay, so now we will talk to the employee repository dot find all. This will return all the employees that we have, and instead of returning null we just need to return this return. Okay, so that is what we have here in the backend, and in the controller we will also have the implementation. We will remove this at response body. We will not longer return a text. Now we just need to return a page, and the name of the page that we will create is employees like this. And we will also have to use the employee service to access the new created method. Here we will pass this list of employees to the model, so we need to pass the model as the parameter model. So model, we will talk to the view model.add attribute, and the attribute will be employees, the attribute name employees, and the attribute value we will get the list of employees. Employee service dot, we'll call the method find employees. Okay, so now we are sending this to the view from our backend, which is our service. Okay, so let's save this and we will create the employees, that is the front end implementation, later. Okay, now let's have the front end implementation for the employees page, this one. So inside the template, let's create new HTML file and name it employees. Okay, finish. remember we are using the bootstrap. We need to provide the link. First, let's change this to employees. Okay, so let's provide the CSS link before writing the code. Here we have, let's copy it. Okay, and then add this. Okay, so the next thing we will do is we'll start writing the table, but before then we need a container like how we did before. Class container, and inside this we will as well have the cat, where we will have the cat header and the cat body. So let's have div class cat. Inside this we will have the cat header and the cat body. First, let's have the div for the cat header. Div class cat header. Okay, so inside this cat header we will have the text employees h2 have employees, and we need to have this at the center class. We will use the text center, and then we also need a link which will take us to the register from the employees. If you need to add another employee, you will use the link. So let's add this link, and the href will be, we need to add the URL inside this attribute, add followed by the curly bracket. So register. Okay, and we will have the add employee here, add employee. So the class for this will be btn primary. Okay, so this is all we need to do here in the cat header. The next thing is the cat body, and let's have the div for the cat body where we'll have the table. Okay, so the class name for this is cat body. Okay, so inside this cat body we will have a table. The table, and the type of the table we will specify using the class. We will need a strip table, so we'll have this table followed by table strip like this. Okay, so we need a th and t body. We'll start with the t head. Okay, and t head like this. Okay, inside the th we will have the table row. So let's have the tr. Okay, so we will duplicate Okay, we need to have th table header th. Okay, so we will duplicate this th for the first name, last name, email, and then action. Okay, here we will have first name, last name, and then email, and then we'll have action. So we have this, and then the next thing we need is the table body. So let's have the table body, which is t body. Okay, inside the t body will as well have the table row. So we need a tr. Okay, and inside this we'll have our employee. Remember, in the employee controller we are sending this to the view, which is the list of employee. So using this name, okay, employees. So when we go back to the employees, we need to iterate over a list of names that we have, that is a list of employee. Okay, so this will be start inside the th, inside the tr, which is table row, that is for each. Okay, I need employee. Inside employees we need to have the name. Okay, employees. That means for each employee inside employee we will display it here. So we need the table data td. We need to duplicate this like 4 times because we have this first name, last name, email, and action. Okay, so for this let's have th text to display the name. We need to access employee first name, but inside this attribute like this, employee dot first name, and let me duplicate this. Employee last name, and then we also have employee email. Okay, so this is what we have so far, and this table data that remaining is for the action, and we are not yet to the action for now. Okay, so let's see what we have. To access this we need to go to the employees. Okay, so let's try. Here we have this employee. Let's access this again. You see we have Aliyu Sahabo and we have the add employee, but we need to have a break so that it could, we take it down a little. Employees. Okay, we'll have a PR here. Okay, save this and then go back to refresh. Okay, so now we fetch employees. The next thing we need, let's check this if it works as expected. So the add employee take us to the registration, and let's add another name like Yasir Yusuf, and let's have the Yasir Yusuf at gmail.com. Try to submit. You see it take us to the add to the list of employees. We have action here, and this is what we will implement next. Okay, so we will start with the update. So see you in the next. In this section we will have the backend implementation for update, that is for updating employee, and we will start with the employee service, where we will have a new method of type employee, and it will get the employee by ID. Get employee ID. Okay, and this will receive the long ID. Okay, so and we'll have the employee service implementation, implement add-on implemented method, and here is the method here. Okay, so what we need to do first, we need the employee equal to, we will use the employee repository that here we will have the find by ID method, find by ID method, and here it is. We will pass the ID, and in case if we did not find the ID, we will throw an exception, that is we will use or else. Throw an exception. Okay, and the exception that we will use here is fetch not found exception. Fetch not found exception, here it is. Remember, we have to have new here, new fetch not found exception, and here we will pass the entity name, which is employee d. Okay, so let's save this. So we will return the employee, and here it is. Let me just copy. Okay, so here is the what we have. We will find the employee by ID. Okay, now let's go to the controller, employee controller, and we will have the implementation for the update inside the controller. So here we will use the get mapping. From the get mapping we will get the ID. We will send a request, and the request will contain the ID. Okay, for now let's have get mapping, and let's name this update employee ID. Okay, we will have this ID as a path variable. So we will access it using the method below. String, let's name the method as well, update employee. Okay, and then we need a model because we will send to the view model, and then we also need the add path variable. Here it is path variable of type long id, which we will use to accept this from the request, and this will return the update form. We will have the update form which we will create during the form. The update form, let's name it update form. We will create this page later. When we find the employee, let's have employee. We will use the employee service to access the method find employees. Find employee by ID. Okay, we have get employee by ID, so we pass this, and then we will send this to the view using the model dot attribute. So we need this as employee. Okay, so this is the what we have so far, and the next thing we will do is the implementation, front-end implementation for the update form. And you can see where we will send the request with the ID. Okay, let's do this together. In this section we will have the front, so let's add this, and this will have th ref equal to, we will have this link inside the attribute, this template attribute. Okay, so we'll have the update form. Let's go and check the inside the employee controller. Here is the update employee, so let's copy it so that to an arrow which will lead to the arrow. Okay, so we'll paste this here, update employee, followed by the ID. We will pass the ID here based on the user that or the employee that we have here. So we will use the ID of the employee that we want to update. So we'll have the ID, and we set the ID equal to, we'll have this attribute employee. We access the ID as we have accessed the first name and the last name. So accessing this ID, you make sure inside the employee you have setter, getter and setter for and the ID and the ID, and then that is what you must have before adding the ID, because in some cases we neglect the ID because sometimes in the program we were not using it. So let's go to the employees. So here we have set this ID to the ID of the current employee. Okay, and let's have this as edit. edit, and we will also have something else, which is the class name. Okay, the class bootstrap class equal to, let's have this as btn success. Okay, let's save this and then let's try to check it here and see by refreshing this. Okay, now we have the edit. Okay, so and if we click here, we want it to take us to the update form. So now let's create the update form, new HTML file, update form .html. So this is similar to the registration. We will just add, let's copy all the registration. We will just add some modification for the update form. Okay, so in this case we will use the save employee. We are not using the put here, despite it is the update form, because we will have the ID as well during the submitting, and this will update the current user or the current employee. So let me add this. Okay, and we don't need the label here for the ID. We need this as ID and the type is hidden. We don't need it to be visible. Okay, and we will change this to update, and as well we need to change this to update as well. We also need to change this to update form. Okay, so let's save these changes. As you can see here, we provide the ID. Since that we provide the ID, no need to have the separate method like put mapping. When we try to submit the ID that already exists, it replaces the ID that it finds in the database. Okay, now let's save this and try to go to the edit. You see it takes us to the update form, and let me change this name like Aliyu Adam to see if it changes. Update form. Okay, you see Aliyu Adam changes. That is, our update is working as expected. Okay, so let's try to change for the Yasir Yusuf as well. Let's set that, let's set to Y, and then click on the update. You see it works as expected. So the next thing we will have is the implementation for the delete. In this section we will have the implementation of the delete. Okay, so now let's go to the employee service and have new method for the delete, and name it delete employee. Okay, so on this delete employee will receive the parameter ID. Okay, so let's save this and our employee service implementation will implement this. So let's implement this method by clicking on the class add unimplemented method. So it's simple. We will just use the employee repository and then call the delete by ID. So we will have delete all. We will choose delete by ID, and here it is. Okay, and we will pass the ID. So let's call this inside the controller. Save the changes. Okay, inside the controller we will have a method which is a action at get mapping delete employee. Delete employee. If the ID using the @path variable, based on the ID we'll find the employee and then delete. Public string delete, the name of the method, and then face. What we need to do is that we will have the @path variable. Let's just copy it from here. Okay, then this method will return it will redirect to the employee immediately after deleting. So and we will call the employee service dot delete employee and pass the employee. So this is all we need here. Let's save the changes and then go to the employee and add new button for the delete. Okay, so let's add this and then change this to delete employee. Delete employee, and we will not change anything here because it is getting the employee that we need to delete by ID. And for the button we need to change the color by calling btn danger, and this will change the color for us. Okay, so now this is a final implementation. Let's test this and see if it works as we expected. So let's refresh this. Okay, you see now we have this as edit. Let's change the text to delete. Save the changes. Refresh. You see we have delete here. Okay, now let's try to delete this user. So you see we have deleted the user. Let's add the user. Yasir Yusuf @gmail.com. Submit. Okay, so this is the final implementation and the end of this tutorial. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe this channel, and in the coming tutorial we will have the pagination and sorting. We will add the pagination and sorting to this implementation. Thank you for watching.